It is 5 p.m. and I will call the Oversight and Finance Committee meeting to order. Michelle, could I have roll call, please?
Sure. Delgado?
Present.
Larson? Levy?
Here.
Jacobs? And she is absent. So I have members present with the exception of Jacobs, who's absent.
Thank you. May I please have an approval of the agenda?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please vote aye.
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 Any opposed? No, because you vote aye. Motion carries. Thank you. May I please have a motion to approve the minutes from our June 9th meeting?
I move to approve the June 9th meeting minutes.
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second for the approval for the June 9th minutes for the Oversight and Finance Committee. Is there any discussion? I do have a couple points. Michelle, under number 2, it says finance insurance contracts. A little less than halfway down, it says Levy asked if there will be an overview at the end of June to explain the negative end. I think that may need to be the negative totals we were seeing.
Okay.
And then at the very last sentence on that paragraph where it says Levy asked about the audit, and it was explained that the external audit is mandated due to funding. Joanne and Wendy, could you help me out on that one? I think a time frame was given.
Yes, we conduct, we have the audit come in. They do the pre-audit usually in May, and then they come out in September to finalize, and they present to the board. Depending on conditions, it's either December or January.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And since that was discussed at our June 9th, Michelle, could you please add that so we can have that detail in there?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Was there any other concerns, issues, questions about minutes from June 9th?
No, but I would like to amend the motion to include the changes just made.
Thank you. So the motion on the floor is to amend the June 9th minutes for the Oversight and Finance Committee with the changes we discussed. Last call for discussion. All in favor?
Was there a point of order? Was there a second?
Yeah. Is there a second for that? I can second that if it's needed.
Yep. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Kyle. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, and there's no opposed. Thank you. Motion carries. So next, we're going to have an in-depth review and approval of the financial reports to go. And thank you in advance for putting this together at our June 9th meeting. One of our future agenda items that was requested was to include a workshop on financial statements and how to read them and better understand them. As a board member, I am looking forward to this. I think it's going to be helpful, but also for our community members that tune in. I think it's really important that we're all alert at what we should be looking for in our financial records and kind of how to read through statements. So Joanne and Wendy, thank you in advance for putting this together, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Amy. We wanted to kind of do this in a process that would allow you to look at the reports as we are moving through them and going through what is actually being shown to you. So Wendy and I are going to kind of tag team a little bit. I'm going to do a lot of the in-depth talking. But since we're going to be reviewing the May financials, these were prepared by Wendy. I would like her to be able to speak up if there are specific questions. But just kind of wanted to give everybody an understanding of what we're presenting to you each month, so you have a better understanding of where these numbers are coming from and what they truly represent. So I appreciate the opportunity, Amy, and more than happy to do follow-up workshops if somebody has more in-depth questions that we aren't able to get to tonight. So the first page of our financial reports is always reflective of a board report summary for the month. And this report reflects all of the funds within the school district. When we are doing the details that follow, we are primarily showing you more of the revenue and expenses for our operating funds, which are generally classified as our Fund 10 and Fund 27. Fund 10 is our general operating, Fund 27 is special ed. And so special education, we do a interfund transfer every year at the end of the year for expenses that are not reimbursed through categorical aids and specialty aids for specific special ed. The district pays that fund transfer out of Fund 10. So we collectively refer to both of those funds as our general operating. And that's primarily what the board and what community members are really looking at, what we get and how we spend that money. So the backup documents that support this, we have broken out behind are for those two funds. We also provide the recap of the other funds, which Fund 21 is our donations. Most commonly, if you're familiar with our schools, those would be representative of the building donation accounts. They would be representative of PBIS, things that schools are doing that are not activities or clubs that are fiduciary accounts that require the students to control that money. This money is controlled by buildings or groups, but with leadership and input from the teacher or from the principal or from the administration, whoever's in charge of those. Whereas the Fund 60, which are our student activity accounts, those are governed and raised and done by our students. Although they have an advisor, the students are making those choices in how they secure those funds and how they expend those funds. So those are what we refer to as fiduciary funds for us. Fund 38 and 39 are our debt service, and that's where we are paying our bonds, some of our capital leases. Those are all coming out of the debt service. So when we talk about refinancing our general obligation bonds, those are in our Fund 38 and 39. And those are subject to the revenue limits for Fund 38, not with Fund 39, which is how we did the defeasance to pay off debt early this year in our tax levy with Fund 39. The food service is our Fund 50 that is solely dedicated to our food service processing. And as we've heard many times, that is where we do have fund balance in there that we have to be spending and improving our cafeterias and our food service opportunities for our kids. It is important to note that we cannot spend Fund $50 on general operating expenses. Those have to be inclusive of our food service. So it's for cafeteria improvements, it's for kitchen improvements, it's for increasing food options, anything that has to do with serving food to our students, and where we serve that food is what we can use for our food service Fund 50 money. And then Fund 80, since I already talked about Fund 60 a little bit, Fund 80 is that community service programs that we established last year, in which we were doing some after-school programming. That was a one-year tax levy option that the board had agreed to give a transition time in our after-school programming for our community. The anticipation at this point is that that would sunset this year. Any monies that are remaining in that Fund 80 at the end of the year most likely due to the closure. We will coordinate on how to use those funds next year for community events. Those can be used for anything that we invite community to come in. So we'll be looking at some options and reporting those back to board as well on what we can do once we have a final number of what those expenses that were incurred and what remaining balance is there. So this summary is just giving you a recap of what has happened in those accounts for the month of May. It only reflects the revenues we received in May and the expenses that went out in May. It's just a snapshot that kind of summarizes those reports. So if we can go down, does anybody have any questions on the type of funds and what is represented in those funds at this point?
Joanne, this is Amy. I do have a question. So with grant dollars, is that included in general funds or is that located somewhere else?
Our grant funds are usually in Fund 10 and Fund 27. We do, however, get some food service like the fresh fruits and vegetable grants, which are housed in Fund 50. So those can go into various places, but those are the three primary funds that you would have grants in.
Perfect. And then with the community service, the Fund 80 dollars, you mentioned an after school program. Is that separate from our CLC program?
Yes, it is. The CLC dollars are actually in your Fund 10. The Fund 80 were levied dollars for sites that did not have CLC while we made the transition of being able to offer after-school care for our families while the Y and the Boys and Girls Club and Merrill Community Center started working with our buildings to bring those services within our buildings, but them taking the onus of the ownership of those programs.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, if you want to go down to the next page, Wendy, we've broken this one out, and you may want to enlarge it just a little bit. I know it's incredibly hard to read because there's so much data on there. The first page that we represent are the revenue analysis for our operating funds, which was Fund 1027, with no grants. And the reason we represent it in this fashion is to be able to show you what is truly our levied dollars, what we expect to come in as far as revenues without the grants. We always budget as a district our grants as balanced budgets. So whatever we are awarded in grant dollars, there are matching expenses to match those dollars. So we want to be able to show the community and the board what we have as far as revenue and expenses that are truly our operating costs that we are not receiving grant dollars for. So we present them separately, where you see the revenue and expense of the grants and the revenue and expense without the grants. So the first page, like I said, is the revenue analysis for the operating funds without the grants. And what we are trying to show here is a look at where we are for 1920 in May of 2020 and where we were in May in 2018 and 19, so that we can compare what our budget was and what our budget is and how we're spending it, and if we're trending the same in our percentages. Dollar amounts will vary based on our levy. As you can see, in 1819 on that very first line, our property taxes in 1819 were $11.5 million budgeted. This year, however, our property taxes were budgeted and levied at $2.3 million. And that is because we had the defeasance that we took care of, and our tax levy rate went down. And that's a whole school finance seminar that we can talk about outside, but that's why you really want to be looking at those percentages. Are we on track? Did we spend or receive, because we're talking revenue, did we receive what we actually budgeted? And so at this point, we have recorded all of our property taxes. There are multiple places that you are getting your local sources. We have a couple mobile home parks that we're getting those mobile home taxes. Also, resale of objects. That would be where if we were selling agendas to students, we would put that revenue in that resale revenue, and then you would see in our expense, we have a resale expense. At the end of the year, every building is expected to balance their resale revenue with their resale expense. If they do not balance them out, they are responsible for making up that difference in what they did not receive in revenue versus what they actually spent in expenses. The reason for this is to make sure that we are not overcharging and making profit off our students, but we are also able to subsidize our students that are in higher need, that maybe cannot afford to do the agendas or do a field trip. They can use their building budget dollars or grant dollars or some other form to do that. So we do not mandate or direct that they have to be balanced, with the exception of they cannot have more revenue received in resale than they can have expense. We do not ever, the district is not in the business of making money off of our families, and we will always err on that side that your revenue received for resale should be equal or less than your expense. So I want to make sure that we preface that. We then go down, have further ones. You will notice when you start looking across here, a lot of these are trending very similar. Other than your interest on investments, that always brings a lot of questions. And at this month, you see it's a minus 593% versus the budget versus what's actually in there. This is because we are doing interest allocation to our other funds. So the way our interest comes in from the bank is all of our banking is done with Blackhawk Bank. And so as we receive the state aid payment of, $16 million comes into your bank account, I have those funds invested in a higher interest ICS secure account where we're getting more interest, but all that interest dumps into Fund 10. And then what happens is we owe the other funds the interest that their money earned, because their money is all earning interest at the same place that we are earning it in Fund 10. So we have to distribute that interest out based on what percentage of our total balance we have. So when we do that a couple times a year, it throws that look off completely when you're looking at it at a 1-year period. So as you can see, it looks like we took $830,000 out of it in May, but we had budgeted $140,000. So it looks like we've taken a huge interest loss. That is primarily because we've done that allocation and it has switched back into prior months where we've posted back to April. In June, you'll see that start to regulate and you'll see that true picture. So when you're looking at 1 month at a time, that interest can look very confusing when you're going through that. You'll also notice that we are much lower in our student fees, rentals, and student fines on our revenue. And that is primarily due to we have stopped renting our facilities, school closed, and usually at the end of school, the end of the school year is where we start collecting some of those student fees and fines that people want to get those taken care of before the end of the year. With the closure in March, that has not happened, and there's been no opportunity for families to come in. We're not sending out invoices and doing anything of that nature right now. So you will see that those revenue percentages are less than what we have had at this point last year. May and June are typically the months that those increase as ending high school students start to pay their fees and fines, so that those are taken care of at the end of the year. I feel like, am I going too granular here, or is this what you were kind of looking for? I want to make sure I'm not over explaining.
I think I might be the wrong person to ask because I love this stuff. But so it sounds good to me. Just let me ask you this, like with the interest on investments, it makes sense that you have all of your investments are earning interest, but it's being put into one account. So when people see that large $830,000 number in the red, like logistically on the form, or maybe put like a little asterisk and a note at the bottom, because I'm hoping that community members like look at these records. If we could just put a little note that says interest allocation, so it doesn't look like we're, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. There is one at the bottom. At the very bottom, you'll see the explanations, and we try to do any explanations there of what is causing some of those variances. And the very last one in that list today, because I know it's very small, says it's a decrease in investment interest due to the entry of allocation to other funds. So
Perfect.
We are trying to give that explanation. When we see those things every month in those explanations, we're adjusting those explanations to try to give some perspective to what things have brought our awareness up, so that the board and the community can see where we're looking at differences, and hopefully answers those preliminary questions.
Perfect. And then if I was the average parent sitting at home watching this, I love the fact that you made a point of saying that we are not in the business of making money off of our kids with like yearbooks, agendas, lanyards, etc. So if I'm thinking, okay, I paid X amount to register my student, could you just give like a top line overview of what those funds are generally used for, like the lanyards, the student beginning of the year registration fees, etc.?
Okay. Great question. Those student registration fees, a lot of them are paying for, it's very, very minimal I will tell you, from the state of Wisconsin versus other states that pay significant registration fees in the excesses of hundreds of dollars. But those are paying for fees with the registration costs of supporting some technology, looking at lab, some school districts will charge lab fees and textbook fees, and, it could be supply fees. We are typically, those fees in Wisconsin are covering the administrative costs of the registration, the paperwork, the forms, and the staff that are supporting and getting those classrooms up to date and keeping those current. It is significantly less in the state of Wisconsin than most schools, but like I said, those are really maintaining just kind of the bare minimums of some of our infrastructures. That makes sense?
A little bit.
I can provide you some more detailed. I wasn't expecting that question. I apologize.
No, you're perfectly fine, and we can post it, and then people who have an interest, they can see it there. Committee members, do you guys have any other questions before Joanne and Wendy move on?
I do want to add that school finance and this budget stuff is probably the most complicated and confusing part of being a board member, but it's also one of the most important things that we do. And I want to say that Joanne is open, to one-on-one meetings and tutorials, especially as we start getting into heavy budget talks and planning. So please do reach out to her as a resource, and if she's not available, then Wendy can help. But please, like I said, this is something that's very challenging for me, and but Joanne is always happy to help explain things.
Sounds
that's
good.
Something that I was going to ask if Joanne would be available to do a one-on-one, which I would enormously probably would like to have more so. Just to go over the numbers. I do understand somewhat on budgets, but I think an overview, on one-on-one overview would probably be better for me.
Okay. And I want to be very cognizant of the time and things. So I want to quickly, the next section in this revenue is talking about our state sources, which is our categorical aids, our transportation aids, poverty aids, everything that we're getting from the state. And so those are trending pretty regularly. I am definitely very open to having these one-on-one conversations. I just really I don't want to get I could talk about this forever. So I do want to switch over real quick to kind of go to the next screen, which talks about the expenses. And what I'm talking about on each of these, when I talk about your revenues versus your expenses, they would be interpreted the same manner for what are grant expenses versus what are non-grant expenses. So what I've kind of explained under those revenues, you can follow that same logic under the grants report that I provided as well. It's just coming from a different source versus our tax levy. It's coming from our grant allocations. So that we can have a quick understanding of the expense side, of course, you see there are a whole lot more. We have a lot more expense categories than we do revenue expense categories. So the top section, first group, is what we always talk about. Our biggest, most costly expense is our salaries and benefits of our staff. Honestly, that's where we should be investing the bulk of our money. That is where we're spending the bulk of our money. And so what we are, again, looking at is making sure that we are trending on our budget to where our actuals are. And as long as we are recognizing where those variances are, you'll notice at the very bottom, I kind of summarized, there is one category that is specified as other salaries. And I just kind of wanted to give some insight to what those types of categories would be so that you know what's making up that $2.4 million budget within there. Those are salaries such as our crossing guards, tutors, student workers, addendums, additional pay, overtime, sub-secretaries, any sub-costs, and the Board of Education salaries. So there are a lot of different components in there that make up that other salaries. And we're just trying to give you a snapshot of what everything is looking like as a whole for salaries. The same is with our benefits. What we start talking about is your retirement, your OPEB, the major benefits that we're seeing, health insurance, dental, where are we trending in those categories, and are we staying where we should? You'll notice in both the salaries and the benefits, we're slightly less than where we were last year. Last year in salaries, we were at 79%. This year, we're at 76%. In benefits, we were at 81, and right now we're at 79. Those are not alarming variances to me at this point. We are looking for, 5 or plus more percent variances. We expect those slight variances as we go through. This truly represents that we have continued to pay all of our employees during the closure. Everything is trending exactly as we anticipated through the year at this point through May. When you go down into the purchase services, a lot of these, and I explained this a couple times when we've met, is just explaining that DPI did a lot of changing in coding with the WUFR, which is the Wisconsin Unified Financial Reporting. So some of our categories look very off when you start looking at percentages of what we had versus what we're spending now. And that is due to the consolidation and movement of the different categories. And I would love to spend lots of time and explain what's in all these categories. Personal services, that includes now our custodial contracts, our any of our partner contracts. It will also include some of our teachers on call for our substitutes. Utilities, of course, is gas, electric, trash service, water, all of those types of things. So we consolidate a lot of these because if anybody ever wants to see what those are, we have them broken down into those levels. But for the financials that we send to you each month, we try to consolidate into chunks that the average board member and community member can understand what would be in there without having to give you a 7-page document. Because when I print this out of the system, that's equivalent to what it looks like is a 7+ page document. So just trying to consolidate that in. Your non-capital items are your next group. These are your general supplies and instructional media, textbooks, and this is where you'll see that resale expenditure. So as we noticed with resale receipts, we had $63,000 in receipts for resale of objects. And when you start looking at resale expenditures, we have 45,000. If you remember, I said we are not in the business of making money. I want to caution people in saying, well, look, that's higher than the other. The biggest component of resale comes into field trip transportation costs, and those would be one of our contracted services. So we always are looking at our resale expense and our contract field trips within transportation to make sure we're balancing. So I want to be clear, don't just take that resale revenue and that resale expense and say, hey, they made $20,000 off of us. There's a transportation component that is also in there. That, as any parent knows, you've been asked to give $2 for a field trip or $5. That's going to be part of that expense that they're trying to recoup there. We also have our non-capital technology. Throughout there, those are capital items, are items over $5,000. So that is our next group. And then we have debt retirement, insurance and judgments on those. That's where we're going to have like our workers' comp and our stop loss, any insurance policies, our crime, theft, property, all of those are in there. That 9.4 million on transfers to other funds, that would be that transfer that we're talking about to special ed. So to Fund 27, we budgeted it as a 9.4 million. We do not do that transfer until the very end of the year. When we start closing out our books June 30th and we've balanced all of ours, then that transfer comes to cover the differences within there. So we need to know what our Fund 27 expenses are. And then you have the ever elusive other objects, which is kind of our catch-all, which is where we have, and I hate to say use catch-all, but those are our dues and fees that we pay for conferences or memberships or things like that. There's many things. It can be for our alliance into CISAs. It can be into our cooperatives with other agencies. And then we also have any inventory, which is when we sell auction items or we have to take a cost expense on inventory that we have sitting at the end of the year. So again, there's some explanations at the very bottom of this that kind of explains some of the variances in there. I would be more than happy to spend another hour. We've only been here 30 minutes, but the next sheets are just the same reports, but looking just at our grant side in the same capacity. So with that, I'm going to say, are there any questions? I hope nobody's sleeping. I can see Kyle's not, but.
No, thank you again. I just want to note that we requested this last month and we're actually having it this month. So I definitely appreciate the turnaround time and the depth that we went into. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate the opportunity to schedule meetings if people have additional questions. Board, last call, any comments, questions?
I would like to thank Wendy real quick for preparing these reports and doing the visualization. So thank you, Wendy. I talked over you the whole time and I apologize.
Thank you, Wendy. Is there a motion on the floor to move the approval of the May financial reports to go on to the full board?
I make a motion to move the approval to go to the full board. And just one last thing. Thank you to both Wendy and to Joanne for presenting this.
And I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the financial reports for May to the full board. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Maria, did we get you?
I said it right with Kyle.
Oh, okay, perfect. So there are no opposed. The motion carries. Our next meeting date will be Tuesday, August 11th. We'll post the time for that as we get closer. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, no opposed. Thank you so much, everyone.
Do we need a pause between the meetings or?
No, they're going to roll the two committee meetings together on YouTube, and then we'll try to be done at 6:30 so we can have that pause between the committees and the board meeting.
Okay. Michelle, are you ready?
I am ready.
All right. Let me get to the meeting here myself. Okay, first of all, we'll call the Policy and Personnel Committee meeting to order. Michelle, can we have roll call, please?
Anderson? No. Sorry. Delgado? Nope. Sorry. Jacobs, who is absent. Levy?
Here.
Wong.
Here.
And Larson, you're sitting in?
Yep, here.
Okay. And for those that don't know, Stephanie is ill, couldn't make it. She asked me to fill in her spot. So, and I took that on. So first of all, item 1C, approval of the agenda.
I move approval of the agenda.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. 1D, approval of the minutes from the June 9th meeting.
I move.
Was Amy approved?
Yeah, so moved.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right, the first item is 2A. This is the harassment policies and Title IX policies. And we'll have Rob. Rob's on the line to help with the discussion of this and also assisted with Joanne and Tanya. So take it away, Rob.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I got a haircut for the occasion, so you can see me. I can't see all the board members and administrators. It's interesting. But, oh, there's Dan. But we were asked to get involved in helping review our Title IX situation and policies in light of changes that I'm sure the board is aware have recently occurred from the federal government on regulations under Title IX. And my colleague Susan Love is with me. Susan has extensive experience in investigating sexual harassment cases in school districts across Wisconsin, and she's worked for many, many years on Beloit matters as well, and is very familiar with the district's policies. In April of 2019, just so you know, there was a comprehensive review of policies that was authorized by the board. In fact, it was a result of a board hearing on a complaint, and the board felt that there had been an undue proliferation of policies and that it was confusing for complainants to make complaints. And so really the board wanted to have a streamlining and make it much more, I would guess, a friendly, user-friendly process for understanding and filing complaints. And so those changed extensively in April 2019. And at that time, we were able to, because the policies were very clear and Title IX did not have a different definition, we were able to develop policies which were district-wide and which also reflected protections under Title IX. Recently now, the definitions and regulations have changed, which requires the board to have a new review of its policies and a new Title IX policy. And so we were asked by the administration at that time to take a look at what to do to advise the board. And so we have done a review and have some suggestions, and I want to turn it over to Susan for what we have done, what the changes in Title IX are, and then to explain what we have presented to the board, and then answer any questions that the board has. You have to unmute yourself. You have to unmute yourself. Or can somebody unmute her?
Google Meet doesn't have that ability.
No.
Okay, let me get hold.
She drop off? Oh, there she is. There we
Okay,
go.
All right.
you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah. I kept trying to do it, but it wouldn't unmute me. Hello, everyone. So Title IX is a law that prohibits discrimination based on sex in educational institutions that receive federal funds. Until recently, you were able to adopt a Title IX policy, which essentially mirrored your other harassment policies. However, the regulations have changed, and they've changed in a couple of significant ways, which now require a separate Title IX policy. So the changes are, first of all, a narrowed definition of harassment. So this only applies to cases of harassment and of sexual harassment. And the definition for purposes of Title IX now only includes behavior that occurs on school property, at school-sponsored functions, or at school housing. And it has to, the conduct, the standard now is severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive. So that's the change in the definition. It's also expanded to incorporate some issues regarding sexual assault that were addressed separately in regulations previously. So the definition is one change. The other change that is significant as it relates to conducting investigations is that the new regulations require that the investigation be more of a quasi-judicial investigation. You can no longer use a single investigator to conduct an investigation and reach a conclusion. Now the investigation, it can be conducted by a single investigator, but it has to be done in a live hearing, investigative hearing, where both parties are afforded the opportunity to be represented by someone of their choice, including potentially an attorney, that any witnesses, including the complainant, are subject to cross-examination, and both the complainant and the accused are entitled to a written copy of the allegations and any documents or evidence that is submitted by either party. Those are the general changes with investigation, which are significant. And then the other change is that the regulations say that an entity may adopt a standard of proof, a burden of proof, of either a preponderance of evidence or clear and convincing. Now, a preponderance of evidence standard means that it's more likely than not. There's a little bit more than 50% of the evidence supports a finding of in favor of one side or the other. Clear and convincing is a higher burden of proof, and requires a substantial showing. It's not quite beyond the reasonable doubt, but it's higher than a preponderance of evidence. So you have to show that it's highly likely that the offensive conduct occurred if you're going to decide in favor of the complainant. That's a decision that the board will have to make, is whether they want to adopt a preponderance of evidence or clear and convincing. All of the other elements of this policy are dictated by the new regulations. We drafted it with those regulations in mind. The regulations are very clear in terms of the language that they expect to be used and which elements need to be in your policy. So we have ensured that all of those requirements are met by this policy. The only changes that occurred with the existing policy is that it references back to, it says any Title IX process has to follow the Title IX procedure, which then it directs you to this policy. And it recognizes as well in the Title IX policy that if at any time during the investigation it is determined that the allegations do not rise to the level of being a Title IX appropriate investigation, it would revert back to the board's policy as it relates to what would be likely a lower standard of definition, a lower standard of burden of proof potentially. But those are the only changes with the existing policy, is to point to the Title IX policy as to when it's appropriate. And then we have the completely new Title IX policy.
I would also add that what Susan was talking about is that there's still broad coverage for various forms of discrimination and harassment under existing board policies. Those have not changed at all. And those were directed by the board last time and are comprehensive and cover all facets of discrimination, all types, and by all different groups and constituencies in the district. The Title IX policy, because it's so regulation focused and required, was deemed to be needed to be a separate policy. And that's why that's in front of you today, and is really quite dictated by what the law requires. So you've got fairly updated policies, and now you have a board policy for Title IX that is compliant with the regulations as they currently exist. And that's what's been presented to the board for your review.
Any questions from committee members?
I have a couple of things. The first is, since this is, I think you said a quasi-judicial kind of hearing where everyone is entitled to representation, if someone is not able to provide their own representation, since this is happening in the context of a school setting, is that something we assist them with? Is it you can have representation, but you're not required? How does that work?
Right. There's no requirement that the district provide that representation. Each party is entitled to bring their representation if they choose to, but they don't have to. And the investigator then would handle the process. You just wouldn't have, and the investigator may ask questions, but you wouldn't have, for example, cross-examination by one party or the other if they didn't have representation.
Okay, good to know. And just to clarify, to make sure I understood correctly, if the offense is found not to meet kind of the Title IX standard, does that automatically revert back to like a code of conduct issue?
Yes, the policy specifically says that if it doesn't meet the Title IX standards, that it goes back to the board's policy. The board's other policy on harassment or behaviors, you would look at the appropriate policy.
Perfect. And then I think my last question is, are you providing guidance one way or the other, whether we should adopt preponderance of evidence versus clear and convincing evidence? Just personally, I'm leaning towards preponderance of evidence because I don't want to screen things out that should be addressed, and kind of let things go through the process. And I'm happy to see if it doesn't meet the Title IX, it reverts back to code of conduct. But is that a decision that you are asking us to make this evening? What is the request?
Yes, you would want to, because to adopt the policy, that decision has to be made so that the policy can be finalized with that standard of proof. I will tell you, I mean, the regulations are new. We haven't seen this particular process in the works, but the clear and convincing standard is much more substantial. So you're putting a greater burden on the individual who has brought the complaint forward. Now, it still would revert back, but it's a much more aggressive standard to be met. Right now, the standard is basically a preponderance of evidence, but the regulations allow you to adopt a higher standard if you choose.
We also want to make sure the board recognizes that there are protections for a broad range of behaviors and discrimination. Title IX is very uniquely defined, but the other policies of the board are much broader and much more protective, I would say. So I guess Board Member Levy, your question you raised, I know that the protections are addressed in the policies overall.
Hey, Rob, that made absolutely no sense to me. And it was probably me and not you. But when you say the policies, could you restate that, please?
What I mean is that if your perspective was you wanted to make sure that people could properly bring their complaints and that they would be heard. And if it doesn't meet the more narrow definition of Title IX, it could very well meet the broader definitions that are contained and protections that are contained in existing board policies. That's what I meant.
Perfect. Thank you. Here is my fear. If someone, either male or female student, is a victim of sexual assault, I don't want someone not to come forward because they think that they need to prove for a level just under, what am I looking for? I had it written down. Help me. In a criminal court, above clear, just under, beyond a reasonable doubt. You know what I'm saying? I don't want, that was a group effort. I don't want to shut out people who have already been victimized because they're like, no one's going to believe me. I have to have this, and this. I also don't want frivolous claims, but I'm hopeful that we can ferret that out. So that's why I'm leaning towards preponderance of evidence, because I would rather hear it and say, this is not what this is for, than to not hear it and have someone feel re-victimized.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Any other comments? And I guess just so that, I mean, I know that, Kyle, this is scheduled to go on the consent agenda for tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of wondering, and maybe this isn't necessarily for this discussion, but just so that the board is crystal clear on what potential changes we're looking at here, we may want to pull that off, just do it for explanation purposes.
Yeah, or when I list the consent agenda items, I could ask you to briefly talk about what happened. Yep, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
So are we in agreement that? I'm sorry, John. Go ahead. You're the chief.
No. I would. I would say what we basically need now is a motion. So.
Can I add one more thing before we on this? So we are administration is asking us to waive policy so that this is coming for our first reading tonight, and then we would have 2 weeks rather than 30 days for a second reading, so that the policies can be finalized, so that administrators can use it as they train the building administrators when they come back in early August. But can we? I saw that the names of the district representatives were left blank as far as who to contact in the policy. Because we usually have. Usually there are 2 people in the district, usually male and a female, but I just wanted to make sure that those names and that contact information was filled in for us, when it comes back for second reading. And I understand why in a transition period, but those people need to be identified.
And who are those individuals?
It's usually whoever the superintendent, designates. Usually Joanne would be one of them as HR.
Yeah, typically it has been the executive director of HR or director of HR and the superintendent have been the designees for the point of contacts.
Okay, thank you, Joanne.
I just need a little bit of clarification. Are we doing 2 separate things? The one, are we recommending that we use preponderance of evidence versus clear and convincing? Kyle is nodding his head yes. And then that will go to the full board. And then in a separate thing, are we making a motion to waive the 30 days?
Is that?
We can do them the same thing. If I can make the motion if you want me to.
No, here's my concern. Yeah. And just with process, one, before I put the cart before the horse, is there like some technical reason, or we were waiting for like verbiage from the state before we put this together? Because here is my concern. This is our 3rd consecutive meeting where we have either bypassed committee or made some exception, and I'm not comfortable with our patterns. So was there some outstanding thing as to why the 30 days needs to be waived or that request is being made?
I think that the reason there was delays in being able to get the Title IX, it has been being challenged on multiple levels. So trying to get all of our policies and providing that crosswalk. Tanya and I have been working with Rob and Susan on making sure we understood what changes were made last year to the policies and what truly was represented in the new Title IX that we needed to do. So that caused us to do some legwork, which, our goal was to get the board this information by the week of the 4th of July, which I sent that out, I think, early last week for everybody to look at. And then with this new Title IX and it being effective in August and having administrators come back to the buildings for administrative academy on the 3rd and 4th or 4th and 5th, one of those days, in August, we wanted to have this policy in place for that training so that we can start having that conversation with the building administrators to make sure they understand the implications of the Title IX changes and the policies of the district. I mean, we definitely could come through and say, these are in draft and they're not approved at this point. But I think that adds a little layer of confusion. But the Title IX was very robust in getting that interpretation and looking through all of our policies and developing that new policy. I do believe that's the only reason they were asking for the exception for the full 30 days. But we did bring it to policy and personnel right now using the committee structure. We're asking it to go to the board now for consent for first reading. What we're asking is for the second reading, it will come again. No, it would not go to policy again. I'm sorry. It would go back to the board at the end of the month unless we had a special policy and personnel meeting.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. Kyle, if you are going to make a motion, I would ask that you separate the 2 things because I won't be voting for correct me if I'm out of order, but I won't be voting for the waiver. But definitely I'm prepared to vote for preponderance of evidence.
Okay. All right. So
It might be important as you consider that is that the effective date for the regulations is August 14th. So the new regulations are effective on August 14th. So whatever you do in terms of adopting a policy, we would recommend that you adopt so that it's effective on the date the regulations become effective.
Okay. So
I make one more comment.
yeah.
Amy did ask a question about whether we had advice. We felt that we wanted to provide the information to the board on preponderance versus clear and convincing, and that is really truly a board decision. And we did not feel, there's pros and cons to both sides. Obviously, the preponderance of the evidence is not as high of a standard as clear and convincing, and so we didn't feel it was in our bailiwick to make that recommendation. We just wanted to make sure we clearly outlined the fact that the board had both options.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Susan and Rob, and thanks for the help, Joanne. Okay, so do we have a motion for this?
Yeah, let me. So I want to make sure I get the verbiage. So I recommend approval of the revisions and layover of the harassment and Title IX policies to the full Board of Education.
Do we need to include preponderance of evidence?
Let's add with the choosing preponderance of the evidence and inserting the names of the district contacts.
Second.
Okay, any more discussion on that?
Just a quick question. This is just to pass it on for the second read.
This is to pass it on to the full board tonight for our first reading.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 I'm sorry. I just messed this up. So are you combining the two? Because I'm for the proponents of evidence against the waiver.
No.
It's a separate.
Yep, it's a separate.
Okay,
I didn't.
So all those in favor say aye. Okay. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Second motion.
I move to waive the 30-day policy reading so that the Board of Education will receive this for a second reading on July 28th.
And I can second that, correct?
Yes.
I will second that. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 2-1. So thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate the information and the legalese and the work on that.
Quick question for the board before Susan and I is, do you see the board needing one of us to be in attendance at the 7 o'clock meeting to answer any questions, or do you think that the committee can handle those?
If you're available, I think it would be great for one of you to be there if you're available.
Okay, great. We'll plan on attending again to answer any questions for the board.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Yep, bye-bye.
All right, the next topic is item 2B, policy 443 and 447, student code of conduct and discipline. And Dr. Kaiser, you will be presenting with, it looks like Peg and Melissa and Anthony.
Right. So with our code of conduct, I know that Missy and Tony have been doing a lot of work, so I'll turn the mic over to them to walk the committee through the work that they've been doing over an extended period of time here.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just preface this by saying the Student Behavior and Discipline Ad Hoc Committee has been working on this for months. They started to develop a very comprehensive plan that included training modules, professional development systems, and then it even went under review by legal counsel. Tonight, we are just, when it was presented to us as a cabinet a few months ago, we were asked to look at the comprehensive plan, and we saw it as kind of two pieces, a guiding document and the actual policy, the code of conduct. And so tonight, I just want to be sure you understand we're just bringing the policy itself to the committee, presented with the revisions that were done by the ad hoc committee. So I'm going to let Tony's done a lot of work on it with the committee, so I'm going to let him walk you through the revisions that are being made.
Good evening, board. Thanks for bringing this back to the attention of the district so that we can get this important work done. As Missy stated, the ad hoc student governance committee started in, I believe, November of 2018. And over the course of the last 18 months, we've met in different capacities, that we took a couple of long extended breaks. And so the work of the overall committee has been dedicated, but there have been some interruptions. As Missy referenced, the original plan that we had was very comprehensive. And I think in talking with the superintendent today and working through kind of what our next steps are, we see the value in looking at the policy in isolation, and then the supporting or the guiding document, the actual universal student expectations plan as perhaps a separate element to help us build those foundations for what the practices in the buildings will look like to actually support pro-social student behavior. Something that we looked at with the ad hoc student governance committee over time were the actual codes that were included, and some of the language in the codes, and what the building principals and the members of the student ad hoc governance committee felt needed to be addressed. But we also were looking for ways to incorporate more foundational language in the code itself, because there are very few references in the code to pro-social behavior, equity, PBIS, some of those other foundational components. And so some of the additions that we've made to this draft code include a preliminary attempt to incorporate more of that into the policy itself, because we are very equity focused, and we want this document, along with the Universal Student Expectations Plan, to really focus on equitable access to our learning opportunities for all kids. And additionally, as we went through, particularly a couple of the first paragraphs, a lot of the language was very maybe kind of harsh and legalese, and we wanted the document to be looked at as a tool, but a tool that really incorporates, as I said, some of those positive pro-social aspects that we have, that really lay the foundation for the working with students through some of these social emotional situations, some of these discipline situations. So in the first couple of paragraphs, we had a couple of ads in terms of positive, proactive, and equitable discipline systems and supports, those kinds of things. And really that was the lens that we looked at a lot of these additions and subtractions with. Another piece that we tried to include in this code is ease of use for administrators. When you go to the part that previously had said discipline-related definitions, and there's a long alphabetical list of all the definitions in the code, we wanted the code to be more succinct and more efficient in terms of for all stakeholders to be able to understand how 100 level offenses are organized, 200, 300, et cetera. And so that was where the strike-throughs of section 3 came in. And then we included the chart that had the offenses with possible consequences by 100 level.
Would it help if I presented? Would that help?
Maybe it would.
Anybody have
Or
strong feelings?
No,
Yes.
go ahead. I think that'd be good, Mitzi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially for people at home.
Yeah.
Yes.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Can you see it? Let me know that you can see this.
Yep, I'm good.
Yeah.
So where he's talking about, here's that list that Tony was talking about that's not as user friendly, and then they reformatted it to look like this.
Right.
Okay.
And some of the code additions and changes that we made through both the ad hoc and administrative committees included trying to address something lower level in the 100s that focusing on student safety. In years past, there was a health and safety referral that had been a part of the code, and it had been removed, and through the ad hoc committee and the administrative teams were looking to include or to push that back. That's a 100 level consideration. As we go into the 200 levels, we had looked at 201 alcohol possession under the influence and 206 drug possession under the influence. And through the committee and the administrative input, we felt those could be included in 300 level offenses in terms of including alcohol use under the influence and possession, all within the same category at a 300 level offense. So that was another addition.
Tony, may I ask a question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. So the paragraphs in black that had the strike through, did the paragraphs become the list and then there were adjustments to the list?
Correct.
Yes, that's right. Yep. And then I think that was pretty much it. There was some legal verbiage that needed to be added to 315 as far as consent definitions, that kind of language. 410 battery was changed to assault to align with, I believe, state statute. And so those were essentially the changes that happened to codes themselves. As we go into section 5, another thing that we wanted to incorporate into the code is some of the kind of boilerplate language that we use talking about classroom managed behavior and office managed behavior. And really when we look at principals in the buildings working with their teachers, working with their students and their families, principals like to have some discretionary tools, and that really starts at the classroom level in terms of how teachers are able to work with their students and from a classroom managed behavioral perspective to address the things that are going on in the classroom in a proactive way, in a relationship building way, incorporating tenets of restorative justice practices, things like that. And so we included a 4-step discipline process that the district really adopted mid-year this year. A lot of the elementaries and the intermediates had already been using it, and we wanted to do it district-wide just for consistency's sake, so that as students are in building A or building B, they move from elementary to intermediate. That consistency of our discipline system at the universal level in the classroom is there for all students. And to also, kind of signal within the code for students, stakeholders, teachers, administration, what a few of those classroom managed responses might be to help students kind of refocus and re-engage in the learning environment. And we wanted to include that classroom managed and that office managed language. And so that's where those changes in section 5 came about. There were a couple of other sections, excuse me, that were highlighted, and we had some pretty deep discussion, and this is throughout the school year, or when we restarted last spring as well, about the role of the school resource officer in buildings and police notification, and what policy currently says is required in terms of state statute and some of those kinds of things. And those things were highlighted for discussion, but there were no significant changes made in that area. So some of that green that's at the end of section 5 and the beginning of section 6, those are just highlights in terms of some discussion points.
Hey, Tony, could I jump in and ask a question so we don't have to go back? Thank you. With your chart for I like the way it's broken up with, these are the tangible options for classroom management. Sure. These are some options for office management. And I know that we discussed, my days are blurring together last night, about unconscious bias and microaggression training that start at the administrative level and then become professional development. Is there going to be explicit instruction that these tools that you are learning around microaggressions and implicit bias, let's look at this through the lens of discipline, so that this can be the practice ground for where we suss out why we make the decisions we make? Have conversations been happening around that?
Those conversations are more in the Universal Student Expectations Plan. That's that plan, the really preliminary part of the code of conduct, or the foundational piece that lives in the buildings, includes PBIS, includes restorative justice, includes culture responsive practices, includes work on implicit bias. Our school improvement plan processes include a very clear equity focus that we're working on in preparation for next year. So, and that is a little bit of a disconnect in terms of how those concepts or those teachings for our staff and for our community work their way into the code, because that's, like I said at the beginning, we purposely included some language around equitable practices because it was absent. And so whether the board wants to include that in this policy, or the board charges administration to really focus on that in our district-wide systems, which I think is the way that administration would like to go, that is kind of up to you. But assurance to the board that we've already started working with community agencies to help us train staff in implicit bias and work through those things, both through our school improvement plans and also locally at the building levels, when buildings kind of go through that process of understanding what their needs are and developing, remedies or ways to address those needs. That is definitely going to be a part of that entire process.
Thank you.
And then as we go into, and honestly, at a couple of points, we are one of the few zero tolerance districts in the state of Wisconsin. And, there were some preliminary discussions about that. And we have zero tolerance in our code, but that is something that team addressed as well. But, that would be something for the board to take on. So I think that's where the revisions end. And again, we see this, and it's been brought to great clarity, and John knows as much as we've worked on this for the last 18 months, to package the plan and the policy together was proving difficult for us and maybe cumbersome. And I think this approach of separating the two and really focusing on the code or the policy in isolation, but with the Universal Student Expectations Plan being the foundation for us to make sure that all students at a universal level and at the tier 2 and tier 3 level across our district have the supports they need to engage in learning.
Yeah, I was part of this committee originally, and actually are throughout the entire process up until the end here. I can tell you that there was a vast amount of work done. the pauses that we ended up having actually probably turned out to be a blessing in disguise, because it really helped us to separate out the policy from the plan itself. And I know that one of the things, and one of the, even though I'm not an educator, one of the hot buttons that I had was the training component of it. And that's something that we had talked quite a bit about making sure that there's ongoing training throughout the year at every school, every month. And this is to allow, because one of the concerns that I've had is that we get young teachers to come in that maybe have not had an experience in a classroom before, and they're not getting perhaps the support that they should. And this is a way to help to bring them up to speed and give them the tools and resources that they need to be successful in the classroom and manage their classrooms in a way that we feel is equitable for all students. So.
And that's something where, we and again, with talking with the superintendent about this, we need to approach this from a more systems focus and systems framework, so that we have consistency across the district, and so that all buildings, all teachers, all employee groups really need to have a sense of what PBIS is and what culturally responsive practices are, and what it means to have, to be trauma-informed trained, so that we can be at have every tool at our disposal to love and take care of our kids when they're at their neediest. So that's definitely the approach that we're developing right now as we go into the school year, is how does this policy work with the USC plan, and then what is, to John's point, how do we make that training available, so that and I think historically we've had a little bit of a hiatus from, and I see there's a SEED presentation coming up tonight, from good PBS training, from SEEDS, from trauma informed, some of these other very important components. We have large numbers of teachers in this district that have never had access to this, and we need to change that.
Tony, I have a couple of questions for you. That one for more of the audience, and the second one is just for this committee's information. What happens with students when they transfer from school to school? Is any data transferred over, or is that do they get a do-over at that point? That's the first question. The second one is, can you explain the zero tolerance policy, or how that's viewed in the policy right now? I guess more for the audience's use.
Sure. The first question, the student information system Skyward, students, move from one building to another. You'll be able to see their attendance. You'll be able to see, their grades will have to be transferred, but any discipline, those kinds of things are in the record. Having been a building principal for a long time, kids come to a new building, they get a fresh start. You want to give them that opportunity to, wherever they're coming from, to really establish themselves in a positive way. So I think, it's principals don't typically, dig around and transfer kids, or there might be a transfer meeting, something like that. There's typically some discussion between principals if there's, some kind of a transfer issue, but that's really, I think the records stay in the student information system, and they're there. They wouldn't necessarily, from a discipline perspective, technically start from zero as far as Skyward is concerned, but from a new building, new team around them perspective, they would have, start from zero, have a fresh start. So, and then from the second perspective, when you look at the 400 level codes, that's something that those are codes that, when you compare our codes to other districts' code of conduct, it's telling in terms of what we have as discipline codes and what other districts do not. And again, I think that require a little bit deeper dive in terms of the board's concerned. And I think the idea behind zero tolerance for us is that there are situations that require that office managed engagement, and we're pretty clear on those, and we'll become clearer this year. But I think zero tolerance has a different kind of connotation to it.
So if I'm hearing you right, it just primarily pertains to the 400 offenses.
Right, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments or questions from committee members?
I do have a quick question. John, thank you for bringing up that point. Tony, and I appreciate like how students get a fresh start when they're in a building. But if a student has an established support plan that hasn't reached the level of like a 504 or an IEP, it might be just student A needs extra time to eat in the morning. Like that helps to get that student off to a better day. Or I know this might sound crazy, but just let this kid sleep for an hour and then it will be much better for them for the rest of the day. Do those type of non-504 IEP level supports, is there some type of transfer of knowledge? So I would imagine it's already difficult for our kids starting at a different building, that some of those practices and habits that have supported them, is there a way to transfer that knowledge?
No, that's a great question, Amy. And we, through the student intervention team process, our student intervention teams are great at keeping notes in the guidance tab of Skyward, so that as they're going through the student intervention team process, the MLSS process, we're keeping a pretty tight record, or not record, but documentation of those things that you were talking about. How do they engage? Do they need a particular adult that they have a strong relationship with? Do they need that, that landing time in the morning to kind of ease into the day, those kinds of things. We as a district just have to do a better job of being explicit about when those students are moving, and the sending building knows that student's got has kind of a sit profile, that we connect with the people in the receiving building to make sure that those structures and those things that have been working can be transferred. That's a great point, and that's something that we can definitely focus on this year.
I think we're working on that with the use of EduClimber. So,
and also by having a more consistent approach to MLSS across the district, so that we really understand how our student intervention teams, our MLSS data teams, our PBS teams, how our PLCs, how those all work together to really wrap around every single student.
Yeah, and just making sure they're consistent across the building, like you said, Amy. Like right now, it's different. Notes are taken differently, plans are created differently in buildings, and having that consistent MLSS approach across the district will allow for the plans, like you said, prior to a 504 and IEP. Students, any student can get a behavior plan or an intervention plan that goes with them.
I just want to take the opportunity to thank Missy and Tony for presenting this in my transition in. They have not had a whole lot of time to bring me up to speed, but we did have, as Tony had mentioned, some touch points, and I do believe in a system approach, because systems allow you to be responsive, because they are built around what are the outcomes that we want to see in our district and in our schools. And to the point, the policy piece is from one component that needs to be, if there's going to be changes and alterations, needs to be dealt with separately from the larger plan that incorporates, as these two had shared, around MLSS, PBIS, training around implicit bias and microaggressions, and all of those components need to work together. So that's the primary reason why you are seeing the policy come before the policy committee and running through its course prior to updating the board on what that larger plan looks like, because any tweaks that may occur here would then have to be altered in the subsequent plan if it gets approved as presented, or if there are just minor editing tweaks that don't change the overall meaning, then the plan can be implemented at the conclusion of the policy being adopted. So, thank you.
A question regarding the policy and the, I see that is there an urgency to have this completed in the next 30 days?
From my perspective to the conversation, and please correct me, Missy and Tony, a lot of the changes are structural changes and updates and clarifications around definitions. So it will bring more clarity to it, but because we have the prior existing policy that has the 100, 200, 300, I feel like we can move forward with this and allow it to run its course, because it will be approved if we follow the policy in the middle of August. So I'll let Missy and Tony jump in.
Yep. So I think the reason, in working with Sue Green, the reason for getting it completed and approved earlier was, goes out with the student handbook. And we'd also like to do some training around it for Admin Academy, which is in the beginning of August. So we obviously want an approved policy, an approved code of conduct to be able to include in both of those pieces.
I stand corrected.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, you do not have to apologize. You have more knowledge than I do as I'm transitioning in. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from committee members?
I would like to thank all of the members of the ad hoc committee. It always feels good when we finalize something that comes from group work. Those are usually our best products and the best things that we can do for our students. So before we approve that, I would just like to say thank you to the parents, committee members, administrators, teachers who sat on and worked on this committee, and to you also, John.
Thank you, Kyle. And I appreciate all the members that were involved. There was a lot of work done, and I learned a ton through that process. It was very interesting for me, not having gone through the code thoroughly like that before. So I appreciate the help that everybody put in and all the hard work.
I'm ready to make a motion if that's okay.
Go right ahead.
So,
Amy, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick question. Again, I feel like it's deja vu all over again. Is this a policy to approve for first read, and will there be a separate motion to waive anything?
Yep, I can make the motion separately.
Thank you.
So I would like to move to recommend first reading and layover of policy 443/447, the code of conduct, for the full board.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any more discussion? I think we've heard enough already, but with that being said, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
I would like to move that we waive the 30-day policy so that the full board can recommend to the full board to waive the 30-day policy, so that they can hear it for a second reading on July 28th. That was really a terrible way of saying that.
Okay, I'm not going to repeat it, but I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay, any discussion regarding that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Okay. Motion carries 2-1, and it'll move to the board. Once again, thanks everybody for your involvement, and Tony and Missy for the presentation.
Have a great night, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is personnel items. And is there a motion? Is there any reason to go into closed session on this? Is that what that's referring to? I'm kind of.
Yeah, only if anybody feels like we need to. I don't.
Right.
I do.
You do?
Please.
Okay. All right. Then do we have a motion for that?
I move to convene the Policy and Personnel Committee into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C of the Wisconsin State Statute relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of the public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Point
Aye.
of order.
Oh,
I have
Can
go
you
ahead.
roll call?
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
Levy,
Aye.
Larson,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, well, we'll reconvene in closed session, which would be the other link on the calendar. back in open session now. And I should have lost my agenda.
John, can I make a motion, please?
Yes, you can, please.
I move to recommend approval of employee recs Exhibit A and B to the full board for approval as presented.
All right, do we have a second to that?
Second.
All right, any more discussion on that at all? Hearing none, all those in favor of pushing this to the full board, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. So now we are at the adjournment, I believe. I haven't got my agenda up here. Yes. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
We have a second? Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Okay, meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Everyone stay here. We don't have time to switch over.
Got it.
Everyone stay on this link for the 7 o'clock meeting, please. And the link has been changed on the website. Michelle, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right, it is 7 o'clock, so I'm going to call the regular board meeting to order. May I have roll call for attendance, please?
Anderson.
Here.
Delgado. Delgado. Wong.
Here.
Miller.
Present.
Levy. Levy. Larson.
Here.
Michelle, I'm sorry. I was saying here, could you hear me?
No, I couldn't.
But you can now?
I
Perfect.
can now.
Thank you.
Yep. And Stephanie Jacobs is absent tonight. So otherwise everybody is here virtually. I believe, did we lose?
Did you call my name?
I did, Maria. Are you here
I'm
back?
sorry.
Are you back now? Okay, great. Mr. President.
Sorry, may I have approval of the agenda, please?
So moved.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, a second to approve the agenda. Are there any questions or discussion regarding the agenda? All right, hearing none. All in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the agenda is approved. The next item is the Pledge of Allegiance, and Maria is going to share an image with us.
Can you guys see it?
No, we can't. Oh, there we go. Now it's coming up, Maria.
Okay, good.
Okay.
And my son would be reading the Pledge of Allegiance to you guys. Sorry, my computer is being slow. Okay.
Maria? Yes, no?
Hold on. Is it supposed to come up? Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Maria. Who led us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight?
This is my son, Miguel.
Oh, hi, Miguel. How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
All right. Have a good rest of your night.
You too.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
Okay. The next agenda item is the introduction of our new interim superintendent, Dr. Dan Keyser. We had a meeting last week, but it was small agenda items. So I know there are more people tuning in tonight, so I want to take the opportunity to introduce Dr. Keyser and welcome him to our SDB family.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the warm welcome. I'm excited. I've been learning a lot, as I've told several people. My I want all of the collective wisdom that's in the district, in the community already in my head. But everyone has been very gracious in welcoming me, and I've had the pleasure and opportunity to meet the board members, the administration, staff who've reached out to me. I've been invited to the NAACP to introduce myself. So I've just been overwhelmed with a lot of warm welcomes and opportunities to get connected. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. I'll be talking a little bit about the survey. I know what's hot on everyone's minds is what does the 2021 school year look like, and I'll give a little bit more context at that time. But I just want to say thank you for this opportunity, and Beloit proud. We're moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Decade of academic excellence. Here we come.
Yeah, I hope that it doesn't look like it's going to happen, but I hope that COVID cooperates so people can meet you in person and get to build that relationship. So welcome again, and we're excited to have you.
Thank you.
The next agenda item is virtual meeting efficiency and etiquette, and it was requested by John. And so I went back and reviewed, because there were instances where we had a super long meeting. Then also we've had agenda items that have been pushed from one meeting to another. And one of the great things about our board is that we identify things that we need to work on and we need to move forward on. And so that means we really have to be good at prioritizing and working through those things in an efficient manner. Also in a way that everybody has an opportunity to voice their opinions. So I went back and I kind of reviewed some of the meetings to see what I could do as a chair to help work us through these things. And I also reached out to a past board president and got the suggestion of assigning a time that helps when you are planning an agenda, because if you say you want your meeting to be 2 hours long, you put those pieces together so that they're 2 hours, so you're not planning a 4-hour meeting and then having to extend it. So I also reviewed Robert's Rules of Order, and there are some mechanisms in Robert's Rule of Order that we are very lax on, that if we follow them a little bit more strictly, it could allow us to move forward, because I saw that most agenda items, only 1 or 2 people were really participating in. So what I am asking that we do moving forward is, hold on, I'm sorry, my computer's been really slow too. The virtual meetings are really put us at a disadvantage, especially when people are presenting, you can't see everybody on the screen. And initially I had asked you just to unmute yourself if you wanted to share or had a question. However, now when people are presenting, I can't see everyone. So I'm asking that if you would like to ask a question that you or have a comment, to put your name in the chat box, and then I can the chair can recognize you to ask your question. And then I would like that of administrators too, if they want to jump in, because I also noticed that there were times in previous meetings where we're speaking over each other, and that makes it very difficult for the public at home to follow along and understand what's happening. And I want to make sure that our meetings are as transparent as possible for them. Robert's Rules also states that each person gets to speak twice on an agenda item, and each time is allowed 10 minutes. And I thought that this was something good to bring into our practices, because as I reviewed some of our previous meetings, oftentimes we would just end up saying the same things over and over again. And so rather than moving on, we're just, I call it circling the drain. And then the other piece is that everyone, Robert's Rule says that before anyone can take their second turn, everyone has to have had an opportunity to use their first turn. And then and then if, I say, hey, for example, Megan would like to speak again. Is there anyone else who hasn't had a turn to speak? Would you like to? And if someone says yes, then that person gets to speak first. If not, then Megan in this example, can go ahead with her second turn. So the agenda item having a time associated with it, again, we're using this to help us plan meetings. And so as the chair of our meetings, I kind of monitor the discussion. And as we approach the end of that time limit, just say, is there anything new that anybody wants to add? Are we ready for a motion, ready to move on? Again, trying to help us avoid that circling the drain where we spend a lot of time just really saying the same things over. The other things I noticed are kind of just going back to our norms. I know we have been crazy at work, but remind people just to please be prepared. I've noticed questions, the information's in the packet. And, that's one of the reasons we put the packets together, to try to answer as many questions ahead of time and provide as much information. And it happens sometimes where you forget or you ask where you can find something. For the most part, one of our board norms is no surprises. And so, of course, that means that administration is not going to broadside us with an agenda item that we don't see coming. But then on the other side of that, it's we can't surprise them with a lot of questions or very, we want them to be able to be prepared for the meetings also. So I'm asking questions ahead of time as much as possible. Again, questions will come up in a discussion, a meeting, and that's okay. But if we're spending a lot of time asking questions that could have been asked ahead of time. Now, I'm not, so what I often do is I have a question. I will say, I'll email the superintendent and say, this is a question I have. And I plan on asking at the meeting also, but so that you can get the information for me, because sometimes the information is necessary. Like you feel like you have to have the information in order to make a decision. So I want to make sure that everyone has what they need to make a decision at the night of the board meeting. Secondly, we want administration to be able to prepare and find the information for us if it's not readily available. So it's okay to ask that question again in the meeting, but it will go faster because they've had time to prepare. Or what often happens for me is that administrators will address that question in the presentation or in that talk. And number 6 is asking questions on Mondays, evenings, or Tuesdays is too late. I really want to be respectful of our administrators and their work. Also, the chairs of committees work. So it would be difficult, for me, for example, if I receive an email Tuesday morning, and I'm working, it's difficult for me to forward that email on to Dan or a superintendent and then have a response come back. So we are getting a lot better at getting those agendas posted on Fridays. And so just making sure that we schedule a little bit of time to review those agendas and the packets and then shoot off questions kind of by midday Monday. So it does give everybody time to get those questions answered so that, we can be prepared for the meetings, so that the meetings can move a little bit faster. So that's why I'm asking, and a lot of, most of that is really a reflection of myself in chairing the meetings and how I plan the meetings with Dr. Keyser. And I don't want anyone to think that it is a way to not allow people to share their opinions or their thoughts, but making sure that we can do that in an efficient, timely manner. As we look at the things coming up in August, for example, we have a mountain of great work to do, but we have to make sure that we can get through everything and not keep pushing things off, because many things have a timeline attached with them. So that's those are my thoughts on it. So if anyone else would like to share thoughts.
Kyle, if we have a question, I'm sorry, Amy. Go ahead, Amy.
No, you go right ahead.
If we have a question, then should we be addressing that directly to you so you can pass it on, or should we send it on to Dr. Keyser?
That's a good question for Dr. Keyser, because Sue had preferred that it come through me, and so it's really about respecting what the superintendent would like. So if Dr. Keyser is okay with board members emailing him directly with questions.
I want to be respectful of the work that the board has been doing. And so I feel that it's appropriate that committee chairs, if your question is in regards to your committee work, feel free to email me directly. If it is outside of that, then I establishing that protocol of going through Kyle makes the most sense. So that way we're working efficiently and not putting undue barriers to stifle the communication and getting our work done. So if everyone's okay with that, that would be my proposal for our communication structure.
Thank you.
I just had a couple things for clarification.
Mm-hmm.
The first, and thank you for your attempt at making our meetings more efficient, because I am definitely in favor of that. Marathon meetings, I'm not a fan of. Number two, that's actually not what Robert's Rules says. Robert's Rules says you may speak in debate twice only on debatable motions on the same day. Each time you may speak up to 10 minutes. So that's in reference to debate for a motion that's on the floor, not to an agenda item. So if we could just clear that up, I'm all for us being efficient. And if we are, I don't know, thick-skinned enough, because sometimes you get in a groove and you don't realize it. And I'll just pick on Megan because I think she would be okay with it. If Megan is in a loop and she's repeating herself, which could very well mean, just say, Megan, that's not new. But I get concerned when we say, one, the Roberts Rules, that's for debate, and we can adopt that if we want. But even with agenda items, because I don't think, with the exception of somebody getting in a loop, I think the discussion that we are having is rich and purposeful, and I think it benefits the work that we're doing and also our community. So that's my 2 cents on that. And then my second issue was with number 6. I'm all for supporting number 6, but then we have to be responsible and get that information published. And I know our norm is like Friday. So we got the information for the meeting yesterday and today on Saturday, and we had 53 pages of reading to do. So that does not leave a lot of time to formulate questions and submit them so that everyone can be prepared, which I'm in favor of. Then we got to be responsible on the other end and say, give board members 1 week. Now, after 1 week, if you can't figure out how to get your question in, then that's on you. But getting 53 pages on Saturday is a bit unrealistic.
And my getting agendas posted 1 week prior is impossible. It will never happen. They take weeks to plan. Presentations have to be done. You're always rolling and planning. And I will tell you, there's no way that I can see an agenda posted 1 week ahead of time.
Can we have tentative, like a hub where tentative information is housed? And we get, like, we're an adult, this might change, but at least if I know the harassment policy is going to be discussed and it's 36 pages, I can start reading that harassment policy. And the agenda might be tweaked, but the preparation that I need to do to generate my questions, I can get that out of the way.
So the way Board Docs is built is, Michelle, I don't know if you can probably speak more to this aspect, is that what can we see of the agenda? So if, like, Joanne has an agenda item that's coming and it has those layers and tiers of approval, are we able to see that agenda item prior to that approval process, or does it only appear on our end once that approval process has been completed? Does that question make sense?
Yes, I understand what you're asking.
Okay.
And at this given moment, I would have to say we'd have to test it and see. I think that there's a way on the backside that we can give you access so that you can see the drafts, and then you would be able to see the ones that we're currently working on and getting put together so that you could start looking at attachments that are uploaded and doing some of that pre-work that Amy was just describing. I don't know if that area that would give you that access is active at this time, but it's certainly something that I can check into with board docs and see if that's a possibility of doing, if that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. And then Amy, to your first point, is that in Robert's rules, you're technically not supposed to debate anything or have any discussion until a motion has been made. So when it refers to debate and everything, that's, the assumption is that a motion has already been made to open up for debate.
No, and I'll be brief because I saw John has a question, but that's exactly what I'm saying. That you can speak twice for up to 10 minutes. That's on debate after a motion is on the floor. That does not apply to agenda items.
Does Robert's rule apply to agenda items?
It does not. And it clearly states, which we can do if we want, these limits apply to any organization that has not adopted special rules setting other limits as many do. So we could come up with our own rules. But again, I think there needs to be a balance of, Amy, that's not new, and we're not squashing rich, relevant debate that's going to help us make the best decisions.
All right. Thanks, Amy. John, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to get clarification on what we're considering to be a debatable item and then an agenda item. Mm-hmm. And I think it's clarified with if there's a motion that comes forward, now it becomes a debatable item at that point. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It says that you may speak in a debate twice on a debatable motion. So just conversation like we're having now on an agenda item is not a debatable. Like that's not governed by the you can speak twice for up to 10 minutes. That's something separate. If someone put a motion on the floor and there's a second, that initiates debate, and that's when these rules apply.
Okay. John, is that it? Do you have anything else or any follow-up?
Yeah. No, I'm good. That's good.
All right. Dr. Keyser?
I have to unmute myself. Going back to the question in terms of timing and timeline, while I don't believe we can get to posting agendas a week in advance, I feel like we could improve the time if we work on that board calendar and really kind of think about kind of what we did yesterday. Our short-term planning really lays out where we want to go. I think it's something we can strive for by, say, December or something like that, because I know we have a lot of things that we just put on the agenda through our goals that are short-term that we'll have to play catch-up on. But I do believe there's a space that us working together, we could build a calendar that if we knew a month ahead of time that a big report was needing to be done, we can internally as a cabinet team develop a work stream to have that done and vetted and in at least a draft form that then could be, if the board is comfortable, a draft form that gets uploaded and then a final form that could get uploaded later, if that would help the board in preparation and so forth. But it would be something that we would have to set a process and a protocol, and then we would have to kind of stick to that and have the critical discussion like, here's something that's hot on our minds, and is that something that perhaps I provide in a board update, in like a weekly board update, as opposed to a presentation. And then if further follow-up needs to be done, then we elevate it to a board presentation as a information, action, whatnot. What does the board feel about that?
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Okay, So I'll put that on our agenda item next time we meet.
Okay, thank you. And then John has another question.
Yeah, since I was the one that brought this up, I mean, the rationale behind that was just I guess when you sit in a meeting for 7 hours, I feel like we should be much more efficient as far as how we operate. And I don't think any public person expects us to be spending this amount of time that we have in many of these meetings. This is not a full-time job for us. It shouldn't be. And we need to be more efficient about how we operate. And we should expect that of others as well. As people are coming to the meeting and they're not prepared, then we need to move them along. I really appreciate the idea of having the timeline on the agenda because it lets everybody know you're not here to talk for an hour and a half on a subject that you should be able to cover in about 15 to 20 minutes. So like I said, I mean, I appreciate the fact for healthy debate. And I think we have to have that because we want to be able to discover new ideas and share ideas that we have with one another so that we can all hopefully come to a consensus or a final vote. But like I said, I think that we need to move things along quickly as possible, but I appreciate the time. And Kyle, I appreciate you bringing this up on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. All right, are there any other questions or discussion on this? All right. So the next agenda item is public comment. And Michelle, you said we have 2, correct?
That is correct. I do have 2.
Okay, so I'm going to read my my statement. So norms for public comments during board meetings. Citizens are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Robert's Rules of Order will be followed at all times. Persons attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Persons wishing to comment are expected to comply with the following norms in order to maintain a respectful and orderly meeting and to protect all persons, including members of the public, district employees, and district students from personal attacks or discussion of confidential matters in a public forum. Comments should be directed to members of the Board of Education, not district employees, students, or other members of the public in attendance at the meeting. Comments that attack any individual personally or professionally or are derogatory or demean others will not be tolerated. Personnel matters or concerns regarding specific district personnel are not appropriate topics to be addressed during an open meeting and should be handled in accordance with the district policy and procedures. Concerns or questions regarding students will not be allowed. Comments regarding another individual's membership in a legally protected class, i.e. race, sexual orientation, religion, etc., is strictly prohibited. Response from the board will be limited to clarifying inaccurate information, seeking additional information from the citizen, or acknowledging that the citizen has been understood. The board will not debate with a citizen, and the board may not take action on an item raised during public comment that is not on the meeting notice or agenda. The chair will interrupt and rule a citizen who violates any of these norms out of order. If ruled out of order by the chair, the person's opportunity to address the board will end immediately and the microphone will be turned off. A citizen who violates these norms may be restricted from making public comments at future meetings. Thank you for your participation and courtesy. All right, Michelle, go ahead.
The first public comment I have is from Mike Mecklenburg, Beloit. Dear Beloit board members, how many times will you shun the Beloit public? How many times does the League of Women Voters have to show up to remind you of open meetings violations, meeting times, and a lack of due diligence? Your board meeting on June 23rd was what we used to call down south a hot mess. The disorder, argumentative nonsense, talking to talk, and sheer appearance of backroom dealing was beyond obvious. The worst and most flagrant move of late, in my opinion, is the length of your meetings. Only second to that is the amount of your meetings. When you go beyond 9 p.m., you are essentially giving an inappropriate gesture to the public. In fact, I should have said 8 p.m. This town is sick of the mess. You all should be ashamed. Remember, elections have consequences. The second public comment for tonight is from Joanna Waxler. My name is Joanna Waxler, and I reside at 737 Wisconsin Avenue, Beloit. I want to voice my concerns about the plans to reopen school in light of Turner School District releasing their plan. The CDC and the Rock County Health Department strongly recommend wearing a mask and distancing yourself 6 feet from others to prevent the spread of COVID. I believe that the only responsible way for children and staff to physically return to school would include requiring everyone to wear masks on school property, as well as be able to offer a learning environment that allows for social distancing. I realize that these requirements may be difficult to put in place, but per the CDC and the Rock County Health Department, that is what is required to prevent the transmission of COVID. If you are not able to implement these requirements with students physically in class 5 days a week, you should use a hybrid method with both physical classes and virtual classes, or at a very minimum, allow for virtual learning for those students whose families are taking the recommendations of the CDC and Health Department seriously. I am the mother of a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old. My 5-year-old is set to start kindergarten in the fall at Todd's school. She knows that we are supposed to stay away from people or wear masks. How would I explain to her that at school people do not have to wear a mask and can invade her 6 feet of space? I don't know. I will choose to find alternate virtual options, or more likely hold my daughter back and have her start kindergarten into 2021. I, for one, value the health of my family and others more than I am concerned with the annoyance of wearing a mask or keeping socially distant from others. Please make your decision based on what is best for the physical health and safety of our students and staff. That concludes the public comments for tonight.
Okay, thank you. Amy, yeah, you put a question mark. Does that you have a question?
Yes, thank you. So where are we leaving the document? It's not completely accurate, and it sounds like we kind of have some adjustments with workflow coming up. Are we going to leave this posted, or what's the plan?
We can leave it posted because it was prepared, but we have work that we're going to do on those pieces. I'm not a fan of taking it down, removing it because it's a part of the meeting.
No, that's perfectly fine. But could we put like a note, like this is a work in progress, or we're making adjustments, or just?
Absolutely. Thank
you.
All right. So the next agenda item are in our reports to the board, and the first one, we have a seed report coming to us from Jen Patke, Robin Bai, and Rosa Maria Larson.
All right, I'm just going to share my screen. Did that come up for everyone?
Not yet.
All right, let's see.
Second time is that charm with meats tonight.
All right, let me.
I think there's a lag time before it shows up, so I would just give it a second.
All right. Any luck yet? Otherwise, I'm going to go back and try again. All right.
There we go.
Great. So good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the Board of Education tonight about SEED. SEED stands for Seeking Educational Equity and Diversity. I'm proud to introduce my colleagues that are with me tonight, Rosa Maria Larson, Robin Bai, and I'm Jen Patke. As some of you may know, SEED began in Beloit in the year 2015, but the National SEED Project is now in its 34th year. SEED has been researched nationally by the Schott Foundation for Public Education, which shows that SEED has an impact on teacher transformation, school climate, curricular change, and student connection.
SEED is a diversity training that guides each participant on their own personal journey of growth within a safe and caring environment. Various topics within equity, diversity, and inclusion are explored in order for self-reflection, understanding, and sometimes healing to occur.
SEED is a peer-led professional development program, and the way that it works is that it creates conversational communities, and its purpose is change toward greater equity and diversity.
So SEED is really about self-awareness and then leads into connection to others and has impact on our acknowledgement of systems of oppression, systems of power, and systems of privilege that exist around us and that we are a part of.
This map shows all the 41 states plus DC that SEED seminars have been held in. Our local cohort, which includes Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan, has over 70 members with at least 40 participating actively in some fashion. There has been 2 groups with 20 participants each in the past 2 years.
Okay, the National SEED Project is based on the work of Peggy McIntosh. For those of you that are familiar with the Invisible Knapsack, that is the person that started at the Wellesley Women's College. And she is the founder for National SEED Project on Inclusive Curriculum.
So SEED is a cohort-based peer-led seminar. So the 3 of us would be the facilitators of our peers, of district employees, as well as other members from around the county. We would aim to have a cohort of 30 people so that each of the 3 of us could have a small family group of about 10 people.
SEED requires a commitment of 1 evening per month with 3 hours, for 3 hours. A different topic area is explored during each session along with a family-style dinner.
Okay, because we are in this crisis mode with the pandemic, our cohort will start virtually. We will keep up with all of the regulations that are recommended and will transition to hybrid or face-to-face as permitted.
So we are very intentional in how we plan our SEED seminars. There is so much trust that needs to be built among the community that we have and building those relationships with our members. We have in the past had 8 seminars. This year we're looking at having 11 sessions, and there's a real strong need for attending all of those sessions because we really scaffold the intensity of the types of activities and the level of risk that is asked of the participants, and that it's not about these sort of one-hit wonder activities, but that we really go in depth on topics.
Participating in activities, sharing testimonials, experiences, and knowledge, and journaling are done in each session. Out of these 5 concepts, windows and mirrors seems to be the most that people are not accustomed to. This concept allows each participant to reflect on the topic area for that week to see if it allows them an opportunity to view someone else's experience, which would be a window, or to share in that experience, which would be a mirror.
Okay, during SEED, our commitment is to have balance. It's a balanced experience for all participants. We do use relationships. We leverage that, the power of relationships to model the kind of teaching that we want to see in the classrooms, as well as we're connecting to what the district is using now with circles.
So we'll kind of talk about some of the topics that we've covered in the past. So we usually begin with self-stories and building community. We've looked at school, including medical, mental health, and learning differences. Systems of oppression, including lots of different isms. We've looked at gender and sexual identity.
We also have looked at and done various videos and readings which show different perspectives relating to the LGBTQ plus community, white privilege, race, ethnicity, activism, the Black Lives Matter movement, immigration, class, and poverty, to just name a few. These topics can sometimes be heavy, but they are very necessary since we don't know what we don't know.
Okay, our vision for Beloit and Rock County as we expand is that we want to create a safe and diverse setting where individuals, our focus is mainly that we want people to understand themselves and in a way that, and how they relate to others so that they can learn how to respect and have compassion for others. And communication is key. as well as opportunities for engaging with other people in the community.
So a little bit of history. My first year as a SEED leader was in 2015-2016 school year. We had 20 participants that year for 8 sessions, and you can kind of see how that group broke down.
I joined as a facilitator in the 2016-2017 Beloit cohort number 2. And that this slide shows how the participants and the facilitators who were listed.
I was able to go from a participant to a co-facilitator during the 3rd cohort group in the 2017-2018 school year. And this also has the breakdown of those 2 groups that were led. One was led with Tasha Bell and Kendra Roman, and then Jen Packey and myself.
So a little bit of our timeline. We had an email and letter go out to community organizations, different agencies, other school districts in the county. That went out today, and there'll be an email going out to our school district yet this evening. And we also started a Facebook page that has all of this information on it. The board, you also received some testimonials from past participants, which SEED is really hard to explain, but our previous members are our greatest selling point. So kind of hearing their stories and experiences. We'll have a short application window because we really would like to get started. People have we've been hearing that call, what can I do with all of the things that are happening in our society right now? So we'd like to start with our first meeting on July 30th.
We are looking at having meetings every 3rd Thursday, with, again, like Jen said, the first meeting being held on July 30th. Due to COVID-19, we will start virtually. And once local and state guidelines permit, we will transition to face-to-face meetings. In May, participants will complete an evaluation that will help guide future growth of the group. I am also looking at scholarship opportunities so that I can be formally trained myself to lead my own group in the spring. This will allow us to have an opportunity to increase our whole cohort participant size, which we feel that we do need to have as many people trained as possible with everything that is going on, since with our climate, we just all need to be able to get along and love each other.
Okay, so at this time, we wanted to ask you, do you have any questions for us?
I just want to take an opportunity as board members are formulating their questions. I had the opportunity to meet these 3 to get up to speed on SEED, and I so appreciated the opportunity to sit down with them as a way to support the process. Out of my area, I'm supporting scholarships for 10 people from the district. So I'll sponsor 10 of our district members for this cohort that they're looking to bring together here.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Megan.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think John had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. John, go ahead first.
Actually, I lost my train of thought when you said that. Go ahead, Megan.
I'll start with the easy one. I just wanted to thank you so much for all the hard work you've done over the years, and having kind of watched from the outside, I'm just really excited to see kind of the next level that you're going to be taking this to. So just truly thank you for the work and the voluntary hours you've poured into improving our community this way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, John.
Okay, I remember now. Do you have any idea what % of those that have gone through this training are still employed in the district?
That is a good question. I can figure that out for you and send it back to you rather than make a guess. I know that there still are plenty of people who have participated and are still working in the district, but I can think of at least a handful who have moved on to other places. One of our facilitators who was nationally trained has left 2 nationally trained facilitators have left the district at this point as well. but I'll get those numbers to you, John.
That'd be great. Thank you. Share it with the whole board, please.
Yep.
Maria?
Yes, I just want to say thank you so much for the great work that you guys do. I was actually a participant, well, I was to be a participant last year, but unfortunately I was not able to because of schedule problems. I have received the invitation again this year for it, which is really, really tempting. And I'm just wondering if there's any way that, will there be any conflict, if a board member attends, the program, and do I have, can I share that, with my different committees through the county, because I know that they will be very interested in attending, and I'm sure that at least 2 or 3 would be willing to go through the program.
Rosa Maria, do you want to address any thoughts on that, or any of us can?
In the past, we have had employees and direct supervisors in the same cohort. And because we spent so much time building that community and building those relationships in the beginning, it is something that's people get a little nervous about in the beginning, but after a few sessions, it's fine. I didn't see any really big issues with it. I don't know if anybody else wanted to comment about that.
I would agree that we've seen the same thing, where in our first year we did intentionally, if we had, so let's say that we had one teacher and their principal, and it was an elementary building, so it would have been their direct supervisor. We did only let one of them into the program and then encouraged the other person to apply the next year. And then the following year, we sort of did the opposite and realized that it was not the problem that we maybe overly worried that it could be. So
with that said, I think maybe the question is to Kyle. Would there be any conflict for a board member to join?
No, there's no conflict for you to participate, Maria.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Amy, go ahead.
Thank you. Ladies, thank you so much for your heart and your passion and your energy. I know that sometimes this work can be fantastic and can also be draining. So I see you and I thank you. Okay, now here's the really tough question. Give me like one tangible example that you can see of like a benefit and you're like, that's from Seeds. Because I think that could be really powerful for the presentation of why this is so important.
So Robin, I'm going to kind of toss this one out to you because you still work, people thought it was kind of strange, like Robin is doing this and she was a building secretary at the time, and yet not thinking about the impact that she had on kind of connecting with every kid. So Robin, what was a takeaway for you that first year?
What I like about Seeds, well, the takeaway for me was finally this was the first technically personal PD that I was able to participate in, because everything is so teacher focused, when I really think that this district needs to open things up to everyone, because it's not just teachers who have contact with the community, the parents, the students, the staff. I was a secretary at that time. I came into contact with hundreds of people. And so I was able to utilize this training in my day-to-day interaction, but I also was able to, since it's personal growth, I was able to also use it within the growth of my family as well. So, and I was also able to take away key concepts of, one of the things I always say is you do not know what you don't know, because I did not know what I did not know, and I still don't, and I'm constantly learning. And also the mirrors and windows, because you either will share in that personal experience with someone, or you will be able to be let into that experience with that someone as they are speaking about their personal testimonies, because a lot of it is driven by personal testimonies. And it just awakened something in me that people felt so comfortable, because you do that building blocks of getting comfortable with the people that you are part of your cohort group. You become family. Like, I still talk to a lot of the people that are in our cohort groups, because no one knows what you go through but someone else who is going through it. And so you go through that process with them. You understand without going too much in depth. You hear their story, they hear your story, and you relate on a different level. And it also allows you to look at perspective differently, which I think that we need definitely in this time that's going on. We need understanding, we need compassion, we need empathy, we need all that. But sometimes you just need for someone to see another perspective that may not be their own. So you will understand why they're reacting the way they are, or acting or saying or behaving how they're behaving. So I was just glad that the district at that time offered up training that was not always just focused on teachers, because we need to look at everyone in the district when it comes to trainings or personal growth or development in this district. So that's what I took from it.
I know there's I won't call anyone out, but there's a couple other people who are somewhere in this meeting who participated in SEED at some point. And I don't know if either of them want to share a takeaway or anything, or Rosa Maria, if you have anything that you want to share.
Just very quickly, like it opened my eyes to the, for me personally, how much internalized depression I carried. And it helped me work on that. And it's made me if I were to compare myself pre-seed, post-seed, I would say I'm a very different person in many ways.
And I can add into that group. I have participated in a couple of the seed cohorts in trying to get through this process. The idea of the windows and doors, and I think I'm using the right terminology. I can't say for sure, but that was very intriguing. I had a 1-hour intro to it my first year as an administrator, and really was encouraged, wanted to see, wanted to learn. And as someone said here earlier, we don't know what we don't know. And being able to have that space, I feel I have developed a very strong relationship with Robin through this process, and being able to have some conversations that I need to, and when I have questions, and feeling that I can ask questions and not be taken out of context, in that I'm trying to learn and trying to grow. And that was a difficult position for me. So I can say that although I have not been able to finish the entire cohort process, I would encourage people to take advantage of this and get those relationships. So I look forward to having maybe another opportunity to see this through fruition at a time.
Thank you, Joanne. I didn't want to call you out personally, but I was hoping that you would say something. And for me, I think it's just that continued connection with people, and to be able to see kind of every situation that I'm in, like how would this impact the students and families that I work with, and to be constantly thinking of them through everything that I'm doing, through every person that I experience, has just truly just been a blessing for me. So I just appreciate that. Any other questions?
Any other question, board? All right.
Well, thank you. We appreciate the time.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jen and Robin and Rosa Maria, for sharing your beautiful evening with us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a good night. Thank you again.
Bye.
The next agenda item is the superintendent's report to the board, results of the Rock County and staff survey. And so Dr. Keyser will take it over.
Certainly. Do you want to, I have the athletic reopening, but I can go.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I skipped that. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. Yes. High school athletic reopening, please. I already clicked on it. So when I went to the next one. So is Joel here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. No problem. How's everyone doing tonight? Good. Thanks for having me. I'm going to share my screen with you. Let's see here. Oops, there we go. Everyone see that?
Sure
Good.
can.
Perfect. Okay. So, first of all, there's a disclaimer with this presentation that literally as we speak, things could change by tomorrow morning. You know, they're making decisions about fall sports and how things are going to look. So there's a disclaimer with this. As we started looking into reopening things back in June, we put together a group of high school administrators and coaches just to start looking at things and putting information together. And as we started progressing through this COVID situation, Rock County put out some guidelines. Probably, I don't remember exactly the time, but they put their first guidelines out there, and this is what you'll see. You'll see phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Currently, Beloit is in phase 1, but Rock County is in phase 2. So that is where you see the yellow, where Rock County is right now. After Rock County's guidelines came out, the WIA guidelines were put out, and they changed their terminology. So putting this chart together was something that we had help with other athletic directors across the county, and we all decided that phase 1 was in relationship to WWIA's high risk. Phase 2 would be the WIA's moderate risk. Phase 3 would be the low risk and the lowest risk for the WIA guidelines. So we started our conversation with that, and we progressed through the different things and how things could look if we would start it to open up. So as of right now, I'm going to stop sharing that for a second. As of right now, we're looking at possibly starting some summer contact. And what that looks like, this is weird talking to nobody and nobody can see my face. Just hold on one second. Hopefully my camera works. Am I there? Okay. All right. So yeah, so you guys can see me now. All right. So as we were working through these things, we're looking to start summer contact. And the reason I want to give you this before we go through the guidelines, starting summer contact, that would allow our coaches to start interacting and connecting with their students again. It's a very important piece of their education, and it's just a very special relationship that they build. And our coaches are very passionate about their student athletes and about what they do. And not having the opportunity to connect with them over the last 4 months is something that, to be honest with you, is killing all of us. So we were looking at starting summer contact July 20th, and that would be Monday. And I will open up the timeline here so that we will be able to follow that. Whoops. There we go. We all good? Can we see this?
Not yet.
Not yet? All right.
Now we can.
Okay, perfect. So if we were to be able to move into a process of opening up July 20th, we would start a series of communications to get things out to our students. First of all, our students have already been in contact with their coaches. They're excited to go in, so they're waiting. I get an email probably once a day about, are we starting? When are we going to be able to do this? When are we going to do that? So the plan would be that we would start communication immediately tomorrow through Skyward to parents. And I would work with Monica to create a media release to students, to the newspapers and all that. And we would start a social media blitz. And that would continue every day until the Monday that we start our summer contact. That would include the district and athletic Facebook pages, the sports specific Facebook pages, and the district athletic Twitter pages and the sports specific Twitter pages, all having the same message and same branding of what we're going to be doing and the information that we need to get out to our families. The communication will be sent to students through their emails. That's the easiest way for them to get the information and the protocols that they need to follow when they show up on campus, with the use of masks and on all the protocols that will go with that. Coaches will communicate with kids through their communication tools. We are working as an athletic department to narrow those communication tools down so that we're all on the same page. So as of right now, we would be using our text message in our text groups. On Thursday, July 16th, Mike Pringle, our athletic trainer and also teacher at Beloit Memorial High School, would put our coaches through a training. The National Federation of High School Sports also has created a course for our coaches and myself to go through that is about 8 different sections for each of us to go through to learn about training and safety when it comes to sports and the COVID-19 virus. In that training, we talk about the summer contact and all the rules that go with it, proper cleaning, the symptom checklist procedures, which you have a copy of. Let's click on that real quick just so you can see this. This is the checklist that each coach would have, and they would use their own laptop so that we do not share pen and paper back and forth. And also for me personally, it's easier for me to track it if it's in a Google document. And it's also, I won't lose the paper, and I don't have to read handwriting. So this will be the easiest way to go. It's a lot of drop down boxes. You can see I can click yes. We can move through these things real quick. And they can take a temperature on the forehead, put in that temperature, and we can move forward and make sure that all the answers to the questions are hopefully no, so that the student may participate. If it's a yes, then we will be asking that student not to participate that day. And that's a different conversation of how we would like to handle a student that says yes to one of these questions, and what's the next step for that student in order for them to return to practice or camp or summer contact or whatever it may be. Go back here. Okay. So the social media blitz continues. We will start preparing our facility preparation, meaning that we would start in phase 1. So that would not include the weight room. We'd be primarily outdoors, which would help us a lot to get used to the protocols and be as safe as possible and maintain our social distancing. We would plan to use the football field and all the green space that we could use, including your tennis courts, so that we would maximize our social distancing and give our kids an opportunity to get back active. We follow through. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. If we have questions, do you want us to stop as you're going, or would you like us to wait till the end? I'm trying to go through my presentation here, so I cannot see you. But if there's questions, I can stop right here and I can answer those. Okay, thanks. John has a question.
Okay.
Yeah, Joel, question regarding the spreadsheet and the who's auditing that? I mean, who's going to make sure that these kids, some of these teams are going to have, dozens and dozens of kids involved, and, making sure that this is done properly versus, yeah, we're going to do it, and then they don't do it, and they go through and they fudge the numbers. Who's to say that I'm hopefully that's not going to be the case, but I certainly don't want to do that. I want to be able to report back to the public that we're doing things in a compliant manner.
Thanks. That's a great question. The WIA suggests that we have a COVID coach. Our COVID coach would be Mike Pringle. He's the most knowledgeable about the virus. He's also worked with Beloit Health System, so he's very well versed in that. Him and myself would be monitoring the information that is coming back. So we'd like our coaches to use their own laptops but we can see everyone's sheets and follow through and making sure that we're doing things properly. So each coach will be responsible for checking in their 10 student athletes. We're going to limit the groups to 10. So on that sheet, each one, there'll be a tab for each coach. So each group of 10, we can check those off. And then there'll be another group of 10, and then we'll just keep going those, and we'll be able to check them and then create another document for the next day. So we'll monitor those. Our thought process is that if a coach has a group of 10 and the next day only 8 show up and there's a student that's missing or 2 students that's missing, then that group just stays at 8. We're not going to be adding 2 students into that group. So this is all part of that training that we're going to give them on that Thursday of how we're going to monitor the questions and the symptoms and all those things that in the pre-screening of the workouts.
Okay, thank you. And I just one other thing to add to that, very important on the audit side of things, because I'm hearing all sorts of horror stories about organized sports these days, softball, basketball, baseball in the summertime. And these kids, there is nothing going on as far as safety precautionary measures. Correct. And I don't want to be the school that suddenly we have an outbreak of COVID, and because we did not follow procedures the way that we should have. So I think Amy is next.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I appreciate the thoroughness of the plan that you're laying out. My concern is for asymptomatic students. My concern is asymptomatic students. So is there a plan for if someone tests positive, what that like is? Are there quarantine procedures? Is there something that parents have ahead of time? So it's like activate plan 2 or whatever it is. Has that been addressed and laid out as well?
Yes, great question. Our first thought right now is if someone tests positive, that they would have to quarantine and for 2 weeks. That's what the WIA suggests, that they cannot participate in any practices or anything like that. And then we will report that to our nurse, which would be Ms. Smith, I believe. That's who we're supposed to report to. And so that the proper protocols on our end are followed. I'd like to meet with others, Michelle Babb, but I don't want to mess up her last name. I'm sorry. Michelle Babilia. Yes. I've talked to her briefly, but not in depth enough to make sure that we're all on the same page. If we get to that point of, yes, we have a positive case, this is what we need to do. And that's why it's important that we stay in those groups as well. So we know who's affected and we can kind of trace it back so that everyone can be as safe as possible.
Thank you.
I have a question that kind of follows up with that, is because, so I know HIPAA and confidentiality and everything is a huge thing. So if a student in one of the 10 students tests positive for COVID, then are the other parents notified that they're practicing, that there has been, just kind of like lice or something, that there has been a positive COVID in that group, making families aware?
Yes, we would follow the same policies that we follow as a district. If something like that were happening, we would follow the same protocol.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay. Maria has a question.
Okay.
There has been records of people testing positive without any symptoms whatsoever. So I'm really concerned, that you're going to be starting athletics, and what if people don't have symptoms? Are you going to be testing them ahead of time, like before they actually start, to make sure that all your members that are starting are not testing positive?
Are you referring to an actual COVID test? Yes,
an actual COVID test before starting this program for everyone that's gonna, that it's gonna start.
I would love for that to happen, but I don't know if everyone be able to get that test, but I haven't had that question. I'm gonna be honest with you. That has not come up in our conversations of my conversations with other athletic directors of if, are you testing before? Do you have to have a positive test before you begin? Or not a negative test, sorry, not a positive test. You have to have record of being tested before you can begin athletics. There's also waivers out there that could be signed by the students before they start athletics. There's different ways of doing that other than saying you have to have a test. But we can ask the questions, we can take the temperatures, we can ask for the symptoms, and we can ask them to sign the waiver before they be able to begin. Very similar to you must have a physical before you start practice. You have to have these things done before you start practice.
Thank you. Maybe it's just something to keep in mind, because it spreads so easily, and I'm just concerned that with one, and being young adults, there's just so much possibility they might not present any symptoms, and then you will have, a very big spread, within the school.
Yes, we would start in phase 1, which would mean everyone would be outside. We would maintain social distancing. All coaches would be required to wear masks the entire time. So there's certain things that we need to make sure that all our coaches understand, that we'd have in place, and the WIA has done a great job of putting things out there for us to follow. And the conversations that we've had as athletic directors throughout, especially I've Clinton and Turner and Rock County, they've been open up for about a couple weeks, and things have been going smoothly for them. And we would like to follow a similar path, probably just a little bit slower because we're in phase 1 here in Beloit.
Mm-hmm. All right, Spencer has a question.
So what if a coach tests positive with a case of COVID, because now they're in contact with multiple students and there might be several days where they don't show any symptoms?
Yes, that if a coach becomes positive or test positive, we would have to ask that coach to remove themselves from practice for 2 weeks and follow the same protocol as if a student became positive with the virus. And we would have to alert the students in the group or cohorts or whatever, however you want to term it, the same thing. We will follow those same steps that the district has laid out for us when we have to notify students and families of these situations, these health situations, and we would do the same thing if it was a coach.
Maria asked the question, is there liability for the school if a coach tests positive? But did you say that all athletes would be signing a waiver?
That would be something that I would like to have in place if possible. I know there's some certain steps that need to be done before we can say I can say yes, we're going to have a waiver. I know there's things that need to be discussed before that happens.
Mm-hmm. And that's the same question I have, even with going back, reopening our schools in some capacity, is are we liable if a student were to test positive for COVID and then the family, said they got it from contact at school? So I'm looking forward to hearing more about that waiver. You're the first person who's really talking about reopening, and you're kind of getting these questions before they're all in our minds before we talk more about it. So
no problem. That's fine. They're all valid questions, and they're all things that need to be discussed. And to be honest, that's why I'm trying to give our student athletes an opportunity to get back active because of that social part and the emotional part that they've been missing for the last 4 months. And not the easiest, but the safest thing for us is to start in phase 1 and allow them to do some things outside until things are, until Rock County says we can move to phase 2, or whoever decides to make that decision, then we can move accordingly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Megan, you can go ahead and share your comment.
Hi, everybody. I just thank you so much. I was just saying in the chat box, this has been very informative, and I really appreciate all the thought that's gone into this. I'm not sure. I'm looking at the agenda here, and I feel like before we move forward here, I would like to see like a district model for reopening come forward, which I believe is happening at our end of the month meeting. I'm very sensitive to the social and emotional needs of our kids. I think it's really important, and I really appreciate your focus on that. I'm a little uncomfortable with maybe possibly setting a precedent before we've come to a consensus with the full district and the community about what school is going to look like for the fall. So I'm feeling nervous and hesitant at this point, just because, again, I'm worried about kind of setting that precedent ahead of being able to look at the full district reopening plan. That said, I do want to compliment you on like all the work you put into this, and I do appreciate your focus on the social emotional piece here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Nope, not that I'm seeing right now.
Okay.
Dr. Keyser said he can provide a context. I'm sorry, Joel.
Okay. Sorry.
No, I appreciate in response to Megan's concern, this is something that is a concern across statewide. Athletic directors are in an extraordinary position with the guidance that WIA has put out for summer contact while schools have been closed. So absolutely. I mean, Joel is in a position that is not uncommon for all of the athletic directors, not just in Rock County, but across the state, where there are meeting with students ahead of schools fall plans. So in that sense, it's not uncommon because it's the schedule that's there. Joel and I have a scheduled meeting this Friday to meet, one, introduce, but also to talk about what WI has been giving direction to him, as well as what Rock County Soups and myself are working on as a district. So I am sensitive, and I will bring this back as a united piece in terms of how we will work side by side in meeting the needs of our students. But the context is, it is not uncommon that with the summer contact piece and schools typically being closed in the summer for maintenance and a lot of other reasons, everyone's in that exact same boat. So we'll be coming back around this. So, yeah.
So can I clarify? I'm one more question. I'm sorry. One of the documents says, if approved, then all that communication would start tomorrow. But on the board report, it doesn't say, there's no recommended motion, and it just says for information discussion. So were you looking for board approval to say go ahead with this plan tonight?
I was hoping to, but if like Dr. Keyser said, if it has to come back, it has to come back. But I know that our students and our coaches would like to start on Monday, and if I'm asked that question, I would like to know if we can start. If it's not, then I'll have to tell them that we can't, and we'll have to wait. So I totally understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. I don't see any other questions. I don't have anymore.
and that's the context. I mean, that's the reality that every board is at, is the summer contact is coming ahead of knowing exactly how that interplay between school and co-curriculars, extracurriculars, athletics are working together. So
I just want to add one more thing to that, is that another piece of this is the health of our students that I'm worried about, because most of our students have not had the ability or opportunities to work out since March. And if we say, okay, we're going to have fall sports, there's not a lot of preparation time for them to get their bodies ready, and with the heat and all those things, I'd really be hesitant to put our students in those types of situations. So starting slow, being safe, just getting back active is a big reason why I'm here talking to you today, because the acclimatization for our students might take longer than a NFL athlete or an NBA athlete. It's going to take longer for a 13, 14, 15-year-old student to get back active. I have a 7-year-old who just broke his elbow, got his cast off, and he went to soccer and he's gasping and all he did was one lap, and it's like, oh man, it's been a while, and it can be tough for students. And that is a physical wear on their bodies when they jump into activities too quickly. So other things happen outside of the virus that can become dangerous.
Megan does have a question also.
Oh, I was just going to ask, has there been a discussion? I know that Rock County superintendents who were kind of collaborating on some pieces. Have you talked to other neighboring athletic directors about maybe delaying the season so that we do give adequate time? That is such an important point that you just raised. And I'm just wondering, is there a possibility of giving some of that cushion time for the physical health and well-being of our student athletes?
Absolutely. I've been advocating for us to push things back into September. As far as competitions are concerned. And there could very well be something in the morning coming out from the Wisconsin Football Coaches Association saying we're going to cancel the first 2 weeks of the season, which are all non-conference games, and we're only going to play conference games, which will push everything back 2 weeks, and we start in September. I am kind of anticipating the WIA saying the same thing, mainly because Dane County has 0 facilities open until the end of July. So asking those student athletes to do something in August is just totally not a very smart thing to do as well. So pushing that back I think there's a very real chance that's going to happen across all sports. But right now, football for sure, and it could happen in tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem.
Joel, did you have more to your presentation after we interrupted you?
No, I think we're good. I was hoping for more question and answer anyway.
Okay.
I think we'll get more out of the dialogue and the conversation more than a presentation.
Okay.
And if there's more, I have more information if anyone would like it, just to kind of lay things out there. But I didn't want to bombard you with a lot of words and all that stuff, because it can be confusing and just trying to keep things simple for us. I will say moving forward, especially we're meeting Friday, that the WI is going to say that it's going to be the district's decision if we're going to have fall sports. They're not going to tell us if they're going to have fall sports or anything. So that decision will have to fall on our hands.
I have a couple of thoughts. One of them I know, USA Swim is going to start using their natatorium the 27th of July. And so there's a huge part of me that feels bad or doesn't necessarily feel that's right that we're going to open up our facilities to an organization and not let our own athletes use our facilities. We're going to hold, the majority of that USA Swim Club are our swimmers. They are our athletes. But the other piece I'm thinking is that this could be an opportunity. And I don't know anything about reentry and safety that Dr. Keyser and his team are working on, but could our athletes coming back almost be like a pilot or a test run if our buildings are reopened and some of these things? Could we get some feedback on processes and good practices, things that work well, things that don't? Our athletes certainly are not guinea pigs, but is an opportunity to do that.
That's been a common thing for athletic directors. Actually, there's an email that goes around. Someone asks a question, and everybody puts their own. This worked well for us. This worked well for us. This didn't work well. So there's other districts that are doing that or think in that mindset.
Okay, thank you. Joanne has a question.
I'm sorry, Kyle, and I'm hoping I misheard you. Did you say someone is using our natatorium at the end of the month?
Yeah, I was under the impression that USA Swim was going to be using our natatorium on the 27th.
We have canceled all facility use. Our pool, the filters, if you remember, the board approved the filter replacement. So
yeah,
it's impossible for anybody to be using our pool, and we had canceled all outside facility use contracts through the end of July. So that is something I'm going to immediately look at tomorrow morning, because that definitely should not be a situation. We're not opening that pool to anyone just because the filters are not in place and it would not be operational.
Okay, I must not have the information correct then. Maybe it was the fall swimmers coming back to the pool was
right.
What I heard.
It probably was our intent, maybe before closure and all of that, and it may be on their calendar, but I did not have any record of that in my purview. So I'm going to definitely be doing some double checking just to make sure. But thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you. Dan, do you want us? Do you want to bring this back, or do you want us to vote and see how the vote comes out? What would you like us to do with this? If there aren't any other questions or discussion around this piece.
I think that we are at a point where, and I know that Joel had talked about wanting to do a waiver and so forth. I think the prudent approach is to work with our legal counsel. I know that there are some models about waivers that are out there. We can also touch base if we're in phase 1 with Rock County. I would this is not going to make me popular with any athletes and their families, but I think the prudent approach is that we hold and get the waiver piece, get some of the guidance that board was asked, and then bring this back. So
okay,
that's I understand the relevancy and urgency for getting our students and our back and active. I want to do it safely. Being outside, you're much easier social distance. But with I know if there are a couple of those questions, and I know I know exactly what Joel's talked about with WIA guidance coming out. This is a tough situation. And we have we want to make sure we get this one right. So,
and I'm being that board president I don't want to be right now, but I had this suggestion that came into my head. I know coaches are really anxious. Quarantine has had a negative effect on some of the people in my family. Clothes aren't fitting quite the way they should anymore. But is it possible for the coaches to do like some sort of virtual contact, like maybe organize some sort of a workout at 10 a.m. be on like Zoom? I know it's not the same thing, but maybe they could lead a workout, or they could have a captain lead a workout. So the kids are doing like, aerobic exercises or something from home that's safe, so they can start that physical activity. So then when we're ready to have athletes back in our facilities, then so that's just a suggestion, because I totally understand.
Yeah, we can definitely put some virtual things together, and I can meet with them, and we'll have a meeting Thursday, and we will see what we can come up with.
Okay. Thank you. And then John has another question.
So if we get a waiver, are we looking at it saying, yes, we get clearance from legal and they say, here's the waiver that we have for student athletes. Is that something whereby we can proceed with this, or are we just going to wait until next month and say, okay, we're going to put a halt on everything until not only we get a waiver, but a school plan and everything else?
I can speak to the few examples that I have heard, and one example that was given to me and I forwarded to Joel. It was pretty explicit, and it basically is really acknowledging the family and the students, understanding that you are accepting actions and activities that are going to put you in direct contact depending on the sport, brief or prolonged periods of time, that innately puts you at a higher risk, and you acknowledge that, and you are taking the responsibility as a student and as a family that you're doing this. I will hold back my personal comments from the legal side and take that to our district legal counsel to get his perspective on where that puts us from that position. But I feel like with a template to go from, it can be a fairly quick turnaround time. Then I can provide some more context to the board. Joel and I can provide some more context to the board, and we can do that in a board update even before bringing it back.
Okay. Thank you. That sounds good. Is there anything else on this? All right. Thank you so much for spending some of your evening with us tonight, and thank you for the great information, the great planning and work.
Thank you very much. You guys have a great night.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. So now we are on the superintendent's report, results of the Rock County and staff survey.
All right. My screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And this kind of dovetails in terms of the conversation that we were just kind of concluding with. Lots of moving pieces, lots of perspectives on this, and it's really trying to sift through those perspectives to provide clarity and a direction through all of this. So I'm presenting as my superintendent's first superintendent's board update, the Rock County family and latest staff survey that we've conducted. I know that this is our most recent survey that's going to be provided that provides some context. This is the first family survey that was not done internally. It was done by the Donovan Group, which was contracted at the state level to provide support for any districts who would want its support. The Rock County superintendents contacted this group and provided are asked to conduct this family survey to determine the comfort levels of returning to school, as well as what concerns exist from the family perspective of coming back to school. This, however, is not unlike some districts in Rock County, this is not our first. In fact, if you take a look, we've had kind of 3 series of surveys, some family and student, some staff in there, but as far back as early May, and then again in June, and now again at the end of June, beginning of July, we've had 3 subsequent pieces of feedback. And that is, I think, very contextualized or have bearing in what we found in our results. Our survey demographics provided some interesting feedback, but before I get into that, I just something that I've started doing in when I present is how do we ground what we're trying to do? And so this quote called out to me in terms of what we're trying to do through all of this. We're trying to discern information that's going to help lead us to a plan that best meets the needs of our students and staff. And so we have to collect the data. We certainly can have data that doesn't give us anything, but we can't have good information without collecting that data. So for our family survey, we had 1,030 respondents that out of our little over 6,500 to 7,000 possible respondents, we had about a 15% return rate, which is low. And I feel like that could be a result of a little survey fatigue, because we've been coming back to our families pretty much every month since May. That being said, the data that did come back, about 70% of those 1,030 respondents said they have children that are attending public schools. Of that, 14% also identified that they are employees of the district. 2% said they were students in the district. And 61% of those 1,030 respondents said that they have at least one student that participates in co-curricular, which includes athletics. And 81% said that they do not ride the bus, which, when you think about what we know about our district and our current transportation, that's a number that jumped out at us. What we realized in researching the questions is that everyone's been modeling the questions around the DPI guidance. So are we going to have 100% in-school instruction? Are we going to have 100% virtual learning options or distance learning options? Or are we going to have a mix of the two? And our breakdown really says that there's really no clear high percentage. 45% is our top for in-school instruction. 37% have a mix of both, and 13% say distance or virtual learning. Less than a clear delineation of saying, yes, this is the model from the 1,000 respondents. Of those respondents, what we did learn about their comfort level, and I was appreciative that the Donovan group broke this out by elementary and intermediate, high, or secondary. 68% who said have students that are at the elementary level said that they would feel comfortable sending their students to school. There will be some more context that I'll provide here in a little bit. 73% at the intermediate and high level answered that question in the same way, that they were comfortable. As far as comfort level and transportation, again, noting that 81% said their students didn't use transportation. Of the ones that answered the question here, 73% said they would feel comfortable sending their students on buses, and 78% said that they would participate in co-curriculars. Again, this encompasses clubs as well as athletics. So what were the factors that influenced their comfort level? So remember, if we're thinking about the 68% and the 73%, this is the context behind that. They feel comfortable sending their kids to school if, and here are all the options that they had to choose from. And I kind of broke it down based on the respondents as primary, secondary, and other. So there was a clear line, 86 and 84% really talked about daily cleaning and sanitizing and the availability of sanitizing supplies like hand sanitizer and availability of masks. Secondary, so there was a break between 84 and then the next highest 65. So 65 and 64 really talked about following CDC guidance, which really is we are following the Rock County Health Department guidance, which is also informed by CDC, as well as social distancing being reasonably possible. So those primary and secondary comfort levels are pretty high. Those are the things that families are saying they want to know more information about. before they make their decision on what options they want. Of the remaining ones, we have 44% really talking about mask use by staff, 40% by students, and then the other factors averaged around 12%. So having some flexibility around attendance and monitoring spacing and class size. On the flip side, what were their concerns? Their concerns were very similar to the comfort level. Their biggest concern is if they don't have guidance around cleanliness and sanitizing of classrooms or following CDC guidance, that's going to create, and that's a typo, it's not 84, it's 64. That's going to create some anxiety for families. Lack of available use of supplies or PPE, so sanitizers and masks, that's secondary. And then all the others, readjusting to school, large gatherings, social emotional needs, transportation to and from school, and nutrition. Those factors did not create as much of a concern in terms of making their decision around sending their kids to school or not. So as a comparable, Beloit had 1,030 responses. All of Rock County together had 10,000, just under 11,000 responses. And then Rock County without Beloit in there, the Donovan Group was nice enough to give us the raw data that we could build these comparisons. And really just looking at what I just shared with you between the three models, the comfort level and comfort with busing and co-curriculars, you can see that our response rate is lower than Rock County as a whole or Rock County without us, but the order stayed the same across the board here. Flipping over to our staff survey. Our staff survey really was a check-in to ask about, again, very similar questions. The preference in learning model and comfort in returning to building, those two being our two biggest factors in helping to start to develop a plan and a model. And we were able to break out how people identified themselves. So educators, paraeducators, administration, and then the whole. The whole is representative, the percentages are representative of the whole group. I pulled out these three groups. One, our educators being our largest group, paraeducators and administrators being other groups that had some comparables in there, and you can kind of see where we fell. Educators really like the idea of having a mix of in-person and distance learning as options, having in-person being second. So we've got some clear guidance there. Paraeducators, slightly different. They slightly prefer the in-person over the blend of the two, and administrators in alignment with educators with the blend. Comfort level, we asked them again, very and somewhat comfortable, very and somewhat uncomfortable. It's almost an even split across the two. And when you take a look at where the if there's any differentiation within the subgroups, our educators are on the side that is somewhat uncomfortable. And looking through the comments, the number one factor of that is exactly what everyone has been asking about. Like, I don't know enough about what our model or what our plan of attack is to feel comfortable. And that's why it's very important that we do take our time and we are very clear. This gives us a lot of guidance and understanding of in order for teachers and parents to make their decisions and work forward for what the 2020-2021 school year is going to look like, we need to be able to answer these questions. We need to be very clear about what our expectations around masks and face shields and PPE, the use of hand sanitizers, social distancing, transportation. All of those things are very important for both our staff and our students. And so bringing the model forward on the 28th is going to have to very much delineate exactly what those pieces are going to be. I fully understand and I appreciate the staff reaching out. I apologize that it's been taking me a day or so to respond back to staff who have shared their ideas and thoughts. But I want people to know that plans are in the works, and where districts have been sharing out their plans and their ideas. Doesn't mean that that we're not doing anything. It just means that we're taking our due diligence and trying to make the best plan possible with given the information. I feel like we've done a lot of listening sessions and surveying that we are really trying to figure out what those pieces are. That being said, I understand the anxiety that people feel, and that is real. And that just makes it even more important from I and my staff's side to make sure that what we present on the 28th addresses as many of those high leverage comfort and concern pieces that I've just highlighted. And to share that I've met with Tim Vedra to introduce me and welcome me to the district, but I'm inviting him and his team, as well as our administrators that I met this morning, inviting them in on helping to develop that model for the 28th and partnering with that. That will lead to the structure of the plan that then will involve more individuals at the building level to help contextualize what that model will look like in a plan form for each of our levels, elementary, intermediate, and high, and even down to the specific building level. So that is my board report. I'll stop sharing my screen and entertain any questions.
All right, thank you. Amy has a question.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Kieser. What was the window for data collection for the Rock County kind of community survey? And the reason that I ask is just from July 1st through today, we've had 198 confirmed new cases of COVID-19 in Rock County. So I'm wondering, with the increase that we're seeing, what the window was and if that could be an impact.
Absolutely, that is an impact. The survey closed, I believe, early July. If it wasn't July 1st, it was, I think, the end of that week, perhaps. So yes, all of the cases that happened in July came, the majority, after the survey had closed.
Thank you.
Yep. Great question.
Okay, and Megan has the next question.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. I was just curious, looking at your last data table there, it looks like there's a majority of folks who responded that they're in favor of doing some degree, like to some extent, distance learning. And I'm wondering, just because of some of the feedback that we got from parents and some struggles that folks are having in the spring, has there been any thought or consideration to giving like a week or two kind of cushion to the beginning of the school year where we're doing some like, I don't know if we'd call it like a focus groups, but maybe some training and some support for the parents, like kind of like a distance learning onboarding period for parents and students. just because it sounds like, I know we're still formulating a plan, but I know folks are feeling kind of overwhelmed. So if we're going to have some component of distance learning, I'm just wondering if that's something we could consider.
That is something we definitely can consider. It's a great idea and something that I just wrote down on my sheet to add to the discussion piece.
Thank you so much. And great work on the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, John has the next question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Keyser, for the presentation. Again, also, I get confused on one issue just based upon what Megan just mentioned, but I want to get clarification on that. But my first thing, it's more of a comment than anything else, or a question, but what do we have a percentage of positive test cases throughout the county? I mean, and that's one thing that I'm hearing more and more about is that, a lot of districts throughout the nation, what they're looking at is the number of confirmed positive cases. If it's 5%, 6, 7, 8, or 9. And then based upon that, the necessity to create a very fluid plan so that when those numbers, in monitoring that information on a daily basis, so when those numbers hit a certain level, then they know that we have to back off and they have to change their plan. So that's something that I would definitely consider, I would look into. But I guess I want to make sure that I'm clear on this survey, because based upon what I saw, it seemed as though as the parents, about 80% of the parents, probably 4 out of 5 parents, or maybe 3 out of 5, are very comfortable in sending their kids back to school under guidelines, CDC guidelines, and protective measures, whereas staff was split 50-50. Is that correct?
Correct. So to your first comment/question is absolutely. When I think of a model, I'm really thinking of what are the degrees of educational service that we are providing our students, that range from what are the criteria that we need to establish to safely bring our students and our staff together in our buildings. And if we are not able to do that, what does that look like? So what does that distance learning or virtual learning option look like? And then having some really clear metrics built around what the Rock County Health Department is providing us on their dashboard. So my intent is to create guidance that we would present to the board that would help bring clarity to the board as well as to our family as to where my decision-making process is. The best parallel to that would be when guidance started to come out around wind chill factors and so forth, that you could go to a table and you could say, okay, here's the temperature, here's the wind speed. You can get that off the internet. I can figure out what the wind chill factor is. And if we had a policy or guidance that said at a certain level, we would look at delaying a school, and at this level, we would look at canceling school. I want to build something based on the real-time data that Rock County is providing everyone in the public, so it's readily accessible. To the other piece about the data, you're right. The data that was presented from the 1,000 families or 1,000 respondents that we collected shows that they're comfortable sending their children to school if they assuming that they have answers around these things. And their primary concerns was the cleanliness of the school and access to things like hand sanitizers and masks and so forth. They were less concerned about worrying about some other things. On the flip side, our staff are concerned about coming to school, and their number one concern within that is we don't know enough about our model and our plan to say whether we're comfortable or not. So I totally understand where they're coming from. Our intent will certainly be to, once we have the model and we have it out there, and part of bringing in more people around the table is they start to bring some of that insight. We will communicate out to staff and families once we have a plan, because we're going to need to start to know where our families at, what is the process for enrolling in any sort of virtual option, concerns about coming to school and not coming to school, what options would they have available to them, as well as for our families. Because I know our families, I know our staff are also asking those questions, whether they have underlying health concerns that are causing some concerns, or if it's anxiety that's causing them some concerns because of the lack of knowledge. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, it's okay. One other comment I'll be done here is just, one suggestion would be, start to gather that data, and maybe you're already doing this as far as what the Rock County health officials are telling us as far as the percentage of positive cases based upon all tests being done at this time.
Absolutely. In fact, I was just looking at the Rock County Health Board in terms of where that is, and I believe that they spiked late last week, and the average 14-day average right now is 5% from Rock County. So 5% of all testing comes back positive on a 14-day average.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, and then Spencer has the next question.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And somehow Amy read my mind and already asked the question I had. So.
Perfect. Maria has the next question.
Thank you for the presentation again, Dr. Keith. Okay, so we know that the COVID cases in Rock County are increasing, right?
Yes.
And based on my knowledge, the federal state of emergency is planning to extend up to October. At least that's what they're saying right now.
Mm-hmm.
And there has been many states that have closed public buildings all over again after reopening. And I'm just, trying to look at the big picture, right?
Yep.
I know you guys are working on a plan of, possibly reopening and what that's going to look like. But I would also suggest to have a second plan, something to fall on, because things can change rapidly depending on, where this pandemic takes us. I know that this is not something that we want to hear. I wish that all of this would have been over yesterday or 3 months ago, but that's not the case. I just want to make sure that we have a second plan that we can lean on, and obviously that plan will probably be to continue to do, classes from home and doing that distant learning. So the other thing that I just want to mention is, to be cognizant of our teachers, the students and the parents, but mainly the teachers, to have the support that they need and the training that they need to be able to, get the job done with distance learning. Because I know that there has been, at least for some of the people that have reached out, that there was a lot of uncertainty and still concerned that they're not fully prepared to do that. So just, putting that out there, that I think is very important to have that support. Even if we do go into a hybrid plan, they need to have that training. They need to know that they're going to be supported by administration, and providing the resources they need to make sure that they can fulfill a job, with distance learning. And also, with students and parents, to make sure that they know that we're going to have those tools for them, to prepare them if we continue to have distance learning.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I took some really good notes on that, and absolutely, that's our intent, is to bring forward. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the information. Megan is going to make a motion. just one. I think I'm looking, and I think we just need one.
All right, sounds good. So, yeah, I'd like to make a motion to extend the time of our meeting by 30 minutes so we can finish our agenda.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to extend the meeting to 30 minutes. Are there any questions or discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor of extending the meeting 30 minutes, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we've extended for 30 minutes. Thank you again, Dr. Keyser, for the information, the presentation. Board, before we go forward, we're having a lot of great discussion, and we have Rob on the line who is wanting to support us in those policies if necessary. Is it okay if rather than taking care of the items in section 4, we jump down to the consent agenda so we can take care of those and then let Rob go and then jump back up and take care of those other items? Is that okay with everyone?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go down to the consent agenda, and I would like to remove the Student Code of Conduct and the Title IX harassment policies from the consent agenda. Is there anyone else who would like to remove anything from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none.
Kyle,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I put an item in the chat. We need to pull the CISA contract from consent just so I can make one modification to it before you vote on it.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, thank you. So that's so we need to pull that, and okay, so CISA will be removed. Okay. So thank you. So at the Policy and Personnel Committee, there were some blanks that needed to be filled in. And so the Policy and Personnel Committee on the Title IX policy, it's the attachment is a sexual harassment policy 2020. Rob and his team asked in our first reading to choose, we had two options at the level of responsibility of the person bringing the complaint forward. So one, clear and convincing evidence is much more difficult to do than preponderance of the evidence. And Amy brought up a good point that the rest of the committee agreed with, that she didn't want to deter anyone from bringing a complaint forward because of the burden of proof and the burden of evidence. So as the policy sits right now, the recommendation is from the Policy and Personnel Committee is the preponderance of the evidence. And then before it comes back to us for a second reading, then Dr. Keyser and Joanne will work on identifying the district staff who need to be filled in. So then when it comes back for us for second reading, those changes will be made. Rob, I don't know if you want to give another quick interview, or if you think board members should just ask questions if they have any.
Well, I've got Susan Love with me.
Okay. Oh,
thanks for the time. The reason why we needed to modify the policy is the Title IX regulations changed, as you well know, and we did an assessment at the request of the district and felt that it was better to have a standalone policy, which we drafted. The other policies that the district has are very updated and recent and comprehensive, and so we feel those are satisfactory. And now the Title IX policy will be an excellent supplement. And we can tell you that they're completely consistent with federal law. And there were a couple of those decision-making points that the Policy and Personnel Committee dealt with. And I think that was a good conversation there. And so now the policy's in front of the board and we can answer any questions.
Does anyone have questions for Rob or Susan Love? Okay. So the administration is asking for, we're going to do two motions on each separate policy because the administration is asking us to waive the 30-day policy. So policy says that between a first and second reading, the board has to wait 30 days. Administration would like the policies to be completely approved and passed for a second reading on July 28th so that they can work on publishing them and have them ready for the Administrator Academy, which I believe starts like August 6th. So even waiting until our first meeting in August would not give the administrators time to to work on with the administrators, excuse me, on the changes in these policies. So first of all, is there a motion to approve the Title IX policy as well as the harassment policies for passing them for first reading?
Kyle, I'll move for approval for the revisions and layover of the harassment and Title IX policies with the language using preponderance of evidence.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so you have a motion, a second, to pass these policies for a first reading, including that language of preponderance of the evidence. Are there any other questions or discussion regarding passing them for first reading? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of passing these policies for a first reading, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Now, is there a motion to waive the 30-day policy, placing them back on the board agenda July 28th for second reading?
Kyle, I move to approve a waiver policy for the 30 days so this can be brought back to the board on the, what was the date again, the 28th?
July 28th.
July 28th.
Is there a second? Okay, I'll second the motion. So we have a motion, a second, to waive the 30-day policy, placing it back on the board agenda for July 28th. Are there any other questions or discussion?
I do, Kyle. I would just repeat what I said in policy and personnel. I think that as we move forward as a new board, it's really important that we stick to our policy and protocol. And I think it's hypocritical of us to seek to hold others accountable if we're not holding ourselves accountable. This is the third consecutive meeting. The two previous meetings, we bypassed committee and went straight to the full board. And now we're asking the board to waive a 30-day policy. Like, we have to be accountable to timelines. And it is an option for the administrators to present this in draft form, because at some point we need to stick to our policy and practices.
Thank you, Amy. Are there any other questions or discussion?
Kyle, I think it's important this information, the reason why it was delayed in coming to us had a lot to do with the language, I believe, from the legal side, correct? And I don't know if Rob or Susan can indicate that, or, the discussion of this. So we had no way of addressing this earlier on, and therefore, to delay this further and thus not making it available for our handbooks and everything else, I think would be a mistake.
Yeah, these were recent changes and they were subject to many challenges. And so bringing clarity to the policy so that they made sense for the board and were legally compliant took time. And they do go into effect now based on regulatory rule on August 14th.
Thank you. Megan has a question.
Thank you. So I'm just, because I wasn't part of the committee meeting, I just clarify then, would it be possible, I agree that we do need to be accountable to our processes and our systems. Is it possible for the administrator orientation for us to provide the draft form? Like if we're planning to approve it anyway, can we show them the draft form? Would it be just as effective?
Dr. Kaiser, do you want to?
Yeah, sorry, I was finding my mute button there. The we could do a draft, do the draft. It is the printing of the help me executive directors, the handbook, the family and student handbook pieces. We would have to make a determination or an assumption that they are going to pass with out significant revisions, that we could print those with the new language in there. Otherwise, we are printing them with old language and then having to add an addendum to those, so that we are obligated to hand out a copy of our policies, this being code of conduct and harassment being two of the policies that need to be shared out. And that's in part of that. So,
I'm sorry, Michelle, can you correct me if I'm wrong? But I'm curious if our policies have to be approved at the business meeting when they're adopted. Is that correct, that they can't be done at the first meeting of the month? The second readings and finalization have to be done at a business meeting, which would delay this to the end of August, even though it has an effective date of the 14th of August.
I'd have to double check in policy. That's typically what we've been doing. I just don't remember if it's written in policy that it has to be that meeting, or if that's just been our normal pattern for so many years. So I'd have to look it up in the policy to see if it's written as at the business meeting or if it's just written at a full board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I would say if I think that it's a workaround. I mean, we can make adjustments based on where the board just wants to fall. I'm just sharing with you the rationale, some of the rationale behind one, getting the training for the administrator so that they can present the right information in front of their staff, and then the printing aspect of it. That being said, if based on the policy committee and the discussion, if we presented a draft form, we could move forward with that if the board decides to not move forward with the 30-day waiver.
The policy manual does say subsequent business meeting.
So the policy contradicts itself, because we could do a 30-day, because, and this was set up from when the policy committee met on the fourth Tuesday. So the policy committee would meet on the fourth Tuesday. It would pass for first read, and then 4 weeks later, meaning that 30-day timeline, it would come to the business meeting. So as it stands now, after moving into this policy and personnel committee, that policy has to be updated. So either we would have to waive the policy to not bring it back, at the subsequent business meeting, or we would have to move the 30-day policy or the portion of that policy to bring it back. So either way, the policy has to be waived. So right now there's a motion and a second on the table to waive the 30-day waiting period between the first and second reading, so that can be placed on July 28th business meeting agenda. Are there any other questions or discussion regarding that motion? All right, all in favor of waiving the 30-day waiting period between the first and second reading so that this can be placed on the July 20th agenda, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries 4-2. So the 30-day policy has been waived, and it will come back for second reading on July 28th. So then the second policy is the code of conduct. Rob, you're not supporting the code of conduct, right? That was Tony helped us earlier, right? Okay. Thank you so much, Rob and Susan, for waiting so long and helping us out with this tonight.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, Rob, I think you're muted. Okay. Good night, Rob. Okay. So let's go ahead and complete the work with the consent agenda, so then I keep everything straight as far as what's been removed, and then we can go back up. So then the code of conduct is a result of about 18 months of work, and John can probably speak more to the work that happened on it, because he served on the ad hoc committee that worked on it.
Thanks, Kyle. Yeah, the project began, I was part of the ad hoc committee. It began November of 2018, and the whole plan was to go in and revise the code of conduct. When we started this process, it was a matter of, first of all, we were looking at different models and trying to determine what's going to be the best way to make changes, appropriate changes for our code of conduct. Initially, we did was we went through a revision. Sorry. Initially, we went through a policy change, and then also we included in that, and it was all one item, there was also a plan to help to implement and to support the code of conduct. It ended up being shelved multiple times, and it was probably a blessing in disguise, because one of the codes that we were looking at was the Madison Metropolitan School District, and we found out that later on, a year after that they had initially implemented theirs, they pulled it off and they had legal look at it, which basically ripped it apart. We had our legal team look at it. They came back with the policy, which is going to be, was presented tonight in the consent, but pulled off of that. There was a lot of work done to update it, bring it up to date as far as how it should be, and then also make appropriate changes to make sure that we're instilling as much equity as possible and consistency throughout the entire district. So that's in a nutshell what it's about. There will also be the plan portion of it is a separate part of it that will come forward on the 28th. And that ties in with the policy, but the plan tonight is just to provide the revisions for the policy itself. The plan will be there to support and will include training modules and a number of other things. It supports systems for staff members and to make it easily understandable and to follow by parents and the community as a whole. So, is that good enough?
Yeah, thank you, John. So again, we'll do two motions, one to pass this for a first reading, and then the second one for placement on the agenda. So is there a motion to pass policy 77? So this number always gets me.
447.
443/447 Student Code of Conduct and Discipline for first reading.
I'd like to make a motion to pass the code of conduct for first read.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Thank you. So we have a motion, a second, to approve policy 443/447 Student Code of Conduct and Discipline for first reading. Are there any other questions or discussions regarding the motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries unanimously. Is there a motion to waive the 30-day policy to put it back on the July 28th agenda for a second reading?
Kyle, I'd like to make a motion to waive policy, the 30-day policy, to move the code of conduct revision approval to the board on the July 28th meeting.
Is there a second? I'll second. So we have a motion, a second, to waive the 30-day waiting period between the first and second reading so that this can be placed on the July 28th agenda for a second reading. Are there any other questions or discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All right, the motion carries 4-2. So this will come back on the July 28th agenda for a second reading. Okay, Joanne, can you help me with the next one, the CISA 2 contract? Are you asking us to postpone this until July 28th so you can make that correction?
No, we were going to remove an item from it. We had originally, when it went through committee, it had included vision services. And once we've got the full cost of what they were proposing, it is more beneficial. And we have found an internal candidate. Well, I should say we found a candidate that we can hire within the district, including any benefits at a 0.6 FTE that would be less costly than using the CISA 2 services. And CISA 2 is agreeable to us taking off those services of the contract. So I want to reduce the CISA contract because we will be able to find those services in-house cheaper than using the CISA 2. So I just wanted to amend that contract to take off the vision services. If it could still go to consent with that amendment is what I'm hoping.
Nope, I think we should act on it separately. We can do that for you right now, but we'll remove it from the consent agenda. And so with that, we can move, so suggested motion would be to move the approval of the 2020/2021 CISA 2 contract as amended, or I should say as recommended, Joanne?
Yes, as recommended with the removal of the vision services.
Okay. Is there a motion to that effect?
It's vision and orientation and mobility, just to clarify.
Okay, so the motion would be to move approval of the 2020/2021 CISA 2 contract as recommended with the removal of vision and orientation.
And mobility.
Mobility, oh my gosh.
Both of us. You're right. You're good. Good job.
So moved.
So moved.
Missy.
I'll second that.
Okay, so you have a motion and a second. I'm not saying it again. Are there any other questions or discussions? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the CISA 2 contract has been approved as recommended tonight. So now, if we look at the consent agenda, that's going to leave us I have board docs open a couple of times for a different agenda item. So that leaves us with the intermediate course proposals, the approval of our ad hoc committee for language barrier membership, termination of teachers on call contractual services, the employment recommendations for July 14th, exhibits A and B, as well as the minutes for June 9th. Is there anything else that a board member would like to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Are there any other questions or discussions? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, the consent agenda is approved unanimously of the members present. Thank you for everybody's flexibility and letting us take care of those things, those items, so we could let Rob and Susan go. Okay, so we're jumping back up to 4A now, which is approval of the naming committee membership. So the committee would study and make a recommendation to the board whether or not to name the natatorium after Coach Dick Vogel. And people who have served on the naming committee over the last 2 years were invited to participate again. And John and Maria would be the two board representatives on there. Any questions or discussion regarding the naming committee, or is there a motion?
I move approval for the naming committee membership.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the naming committee membership for the high school natatorium. Any other questions or discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the naming committee has been approved. John, would you be okay working with Michelle to set up that first meeting? And then at that first meeting, a chair would be elected to handle it from there?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. Item 4B is mine. And I want to be as organized as I can. As far as agenda requests, I don't want to lose anything. But I also want to make sure, I wanted board members to be able to see if an agenda item has, whoops, that's the wrong board docs tab. If an agenda item has been reviewed and when it can be scheduled, because so oftentimes an agenda item can't come right back to that following meeting. And I don't want board members to think that those items are getting lost. So, so for the public right now, board members, if they have an agenda item they would like placed, there's a document under the library, future agenda items, and they can submit their suggestion there, and then it comes into a spreadsheet for me. Then when I sit down every 2 weeks to plan the agendas for the month with the superintendent, I use that document to bring up suggestions and ideas, and then we look to talk about the best place for that when we can fit that in. So on board docs under the library, you can see that. It's opening really slowly. I'm sorry. You can see that document. So the public can see the board member agenda items that have been requested. And you can also see where they've been slotted. I'm going to try closing some tabs and see if maybe that will get it to go a little bit faster. Here you go. Can you guys see this? Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what I use. This is a cleaned up version. The spreadsheet has a lot of other information.
Kyle, we can see the board doc screen. We don't see the.
Oh no, because I opened another tab. Okay, hang on. I'm sorry. Thank you. I didn't think about that as I was. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm not usually on this this end of it. All right, here we go. So the public can click on that document and then see what has been suggested. So now that I'm sharing that screen, it's going to take a little while to load. So I've highlighted in blue suggestions and agenda items that still need to be placed on the agenda. Otherwise, there are columns. There are columns up at the top for each committee as well as the board or the full board. And then I simply put a date as to when that will appear on the agenda. So it was important because we're not asking for agenda items at the end of meetings. I wanted the public to be able to see what board members were asking for. So the date that it's requested, and then then when it'll be put on the agenda. Is there anything else anybody wants to add regarding that? Okay.
Yes, I have two things to say, if that's all right. One, I think we need to make a motion to extend our time by 30 minutes again, but I can wait for it with this item. My question though was if we could just all get like a reply to everybody email if something's not coming up to a board meeting, like if it's resolved by administration, if we could just all just get a heads up about that. So if we have constituents ask us, especially too, like, hey, what's the status of this? And on the one hand, I might say like, oh, it's been requested as an agenda item, but if, I haven't been made aware that, it's being handled by administration, I could properly redirect them. Is that just a thing that happened? Sorry about that. Thank you. And then if everybody's cool, yeah, Amy, that's a really good question, but really quick, I'd like to make a motion to extend our meeting per policy for the next 30 minutes.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
So we have a motion and a second to extend another 30 minutes. Are there any questions or discussion regarding that motion? Seeing none, all in favor of extending 30 minutes, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, we've extended another 30 minutes and we're only going to need about 3 of those. Okay. Anything else on this topic? All right. Okay. So that brings us to, wrong board docs tab. Rescind the motion approving from the Heart for Equity Coaching and Training for $40,000. Dr. Kieser, can you talk to the board about this one, please?
Okay. I can, and I appreciate your confidence in me in 3 minutes or less. I mentioned this last week in committee meeting and said that I would share rationale here. I'm asking for the full board's approval of rescinding the approval of this contract. When this contract was approved, or when this RFP was approved to turn into a contract, the contract was never signed and never executed on. Working with legal counsel, there will be a letter that will be drafted if the board rescinds this approval. And I would, we wanted to close this out so that we could immediately reopen an RFP for an equity audit and PD aligned to our short-term goals, which we've delineated some really clear and specific goals around implicit bias, and microaggressions, and then also look at what other PD as a result of the equity audit. So this just kind of ties up loose ends. We don't want this to be hanging out in the background while we want to reopen the process. We're not eliminating anyone from the RFP process, and there is nothing in the letter that would be sent to this organization to say that they cannot resubmit an RFP for this. But we wanted to get that formal rescinding of that approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Kieser? All right.
I do have a question. Oh,
go ahead.
Sorry,
No,
I didn't know if you had seen it in the chat box.
oh, no, because I saw the chat. I didn't see it on the line. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. Can we just give like a 36 explanation for why the other people were approved and now it's being rescinded?
To my understanding, there was an RFP that was created at the a year ago, and for an equity audit and PD to be delivered as a result of that equity audit across the district. The RFP resulted in this recommendation, and the board at that time approved the $40,000 price tag for the audit and PD. However, once that approval was done, the contract process was started but was never completed, meaning that we never signed that contract. And because nothing has happened with this organization, and none of us having context of what was all agreed upon in the RFP, it just is a much easier process for us to reopen the RFP process with this board, with this administration, and with our short-term goals.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other questions? Oops. All right, is there a motion?
I move approval to rescind the approval of the From the Heart for Equity Coaching and Training for $40,000.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to rescind the approval of From the Heart for Equity Coaching and Training for the $40,000. Any other questions or discussion? All right.
Wait, hold on, Kyle. Do we also need a proposal for the RFP, or are you going to bring that forward later, Dr. Kieser?
My understanding is that we can open up the RFP process. Actually, Joanne, you might be able to help clarify that. My intent is to open up an RFP process.
Yes, we can. What I will do is share the RFP that we had used previously with Dr. Kieser, and let him make any edits or adjustments, and we'll reopen that process and put it out for rebid from this process with the approval of rescinding that approval, going ahead and opening that new RFP based on any revisions that the new administration and our goals are aligned with.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And Amy, you have another question?
Yeah, really quick. Do we put financial parameters on the RFP, or do we just send it out and then pick what we're comfortable with?
My personal experience with RFPs is we send it out with clear guidance about what we're after, and then we get back the proposals. We could put a financial parameter on that if if we would like to. I generally try not to because I want the best idea to come forward. And then if it really comes down to a cost piece, so the example, if we have two competing things that cost is a piece, sending out a letter saying, give us your best and final offer in terms of that. So the RFP really needs to be a neutral process with some clear metrics. And I like those metrics to be around the outcomes that we want. And then we bring it before the board and share for board approval. This is the process, these are the results, and this is the recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? All right. Seeing none, all in favor of rescinding the approval of the From the Heart for Equity Coaching and Training for $40,000, please say aye.
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 Excuse me, any opposed? All right. The motion carries unanimously. And that, tell me if I'm wrong, everyone, but I think with jumping around, that still covers all of the business. So that brings us to adjournment.
Move approval
We
for
need a motion
adjournment.
for an RFP.
No, because the RFP starts in the committee, correct? Or Dr. Kaiser,
No, RFP process would start with me and Joanne reviewing that and then sending that. I'm more than happy in board update to share what the old RFP was. And I'll model it out after that, but I will update the language to reflect what we talked about yesterday with our short-term goals.
And then that, and go ahead, Joanne.
I was just going to state for clarification, Dr. Kaiser is correct in that we can, as the administration, can develop the RFPs and go out for them. And then when we make decisions on the purchasing or wanting to implement that contract, if it's above our purchasing thresholds, then we bring them to the board for that approval. However, I know that we did have conversations at a policy or a planning committee meeting before requesting the approval to go to RFP. And that was solely for the purpose of we did not necessarily intend on implementing contracts. We needed to get cost estimates of what it would cost if we were to do these projects for budget planning. And so we wanted to make sure the board was aware that we were going to issue some RFPs without the intent of contracting all those services. So there wasn't an illusion of we're going to spend millions of dollars on projects, but with just having a scope of what we needed and not having the full context of what that would cost makes it very difficult for our forecasting costs. And most larger projects, companies do not want to just give us a quote. They want to see what the scope is and tell us what our best alternative program is. So that's just for context and clarity.
Yep, thank you. Anything else on this item? Okay, so I think that does, without jumping around, that concludes the business, unless anyone else has seen anything. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting. Any other questions or discussion about adjournment? All right. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night. See you on Thursday.
Take care. Thank you.